All right, we're back. We're back. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Just adjusting everything so we can continue. Sorry for the interruption. I think you're supposed to go check the the event log, event viewer. Somebody with a better understanding, please let me know. In any case, thank you guys all for your patience. And if you've just tuned in, again, even if you haven't just tuned in, let me know please where you're tuning in from, where you're watching from in the comments, and we can go in again. I think I might just restart the segment from where we began. Ash says he dead for real? No, I'm not. And we got some other super chats here. This is from. There were a couple of them. One was from Ash. Thank you, Ash. We got one from Jazz. It says, I wish you lived longer. So much potential. And we got one from Jazz again. Says, rest in peace, sweet prince. Too young. Oh, you guys are very kind, but I'm alive for now. So let's go. Let's continue. Let's do this. Okay. We were talking about the Saudis. God, again. Can you guys hear this okay? Listen.
Based journalist Jamal Khashoggi.
I think you should hear it okay, yeah? All right. So, again, please hit the like button because we lost the last stream, so we have to start again. You have to do these things again. I'm sorry. Oh. Let's go, guys. Let's talk about the Saudis and what's happening with the oil. So, again, Joe Biden is in a bit of trouble, right? He has to go now to Saudi Arabia, and they haven't announced this officially, but it was, leaked via the Washington Post, the New York Times. Here's the headline from the New York Times. Said, Biden to travel to Saudi Arabia, ending its pariah status. This is published June 2nd, right? I'll get back to this one in a second. There's another article here from June 5th, also New York Times, says Biden only has bad options for bringing down oil prices. So that is the purpose of the visit, right? Joe Biden now has to go to the Saudis and beg them for oil. You remember a few weeks ago, he tried calling the Crown Prince, MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, and he wouldn't take his call, which is very rude, of course, right? Because Saudi Arabia are a client state, essentially. They're the client state of the Americans. And, how long? Joe Biden's been president now for what, 2 years? He's not met the Crown Prince once. Can you imagine? And so this is very important because the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia goes back several decades, right? And what is the basis of this relationship? Well, basically, the Saudis, they only sell oil in US dollars, which helps to, give the US dollar its status as the de facto world currency, a world reserve currency. And of course, in exchange, what the Americans do, that's MBS on the screen, by the way, the Crown Prince. What the Americans do in exchange is give the Saudi security, right? They let them stay in power. They give them weapons. They're, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the top client of U.S. arms exports. And, they look the other way, essentially. They look the other way when the Saudis are doing all those undemocratic things, right? Chopping people's hands off, exporting terrorism, 9/11. So this is the relationship. And like I said, we talked about this many times, the petrodollar, where does that come from? It comes from this, the fact that the US dollar is backed by the sale of oil. I think 80% of oil transactions are done in US dollars, right? So Biden now has to go and beg Mohammed bin Salman to increase oil production. And like I said, MBS would not pick up the phone when Biden answered, which is crazy when you think about it, right? Because usually when the US president calls, you pick up. I'm not saying that like as, oh, you better pick up because it's the U.S. president. No, it's just most countries do that either because they're vassal states, client states, or they're just afraid. So the fact that he didn't pick up, he doesn't want to take a call, is quite incredible. So now Biden has to go in person, and I want to note one thing because in the last days, Saudi Arabia has already increased oil output. Okay, and I'll get to that in a second with this Financial Times article, but. This is really incredible and insidious what's going on because the Americans, the Europeans are saying we can't buy oil from Putin, he's a dictator, but yet they're happy to take oil from the Saudis? What? And then you have people say, yeah, but at least Saudi Arabia didn't invade a sovereign country and attack its neighbor. Actually, that very, very... that fits Yemen very well, right? That description. So I really don't see any redeeming things about the Saudis. As a matter of fact, what they've done in Yemen goes back 7 years now, right? Hundreds of billions of dollars worth of armaments and bombs and planes used against the Yemenis, and it's the world's worst humanitarian crisis. I'd say they've done quite a lot. And of course, I'm not even going to begin to talk about the lack of press freedoms, the women's rights, or the lack of women's rights. My point is that the foreign policy of Saudi Arabia, its internal policy, I mean, you have all the reason in the world not to deal with them if you really have these so-called principles. But that's a lie. They tell you this on the TV because they basically... if that's the agenda today to vilify Russia, then that's the agenda. And Saudi Arabia, we can't do that. You can't do that because you need to back the US dollar with something. So for the time being, it's faux pas. Now, at the same time, Joe Biden, when he was running in the Democratic primary, he did actually speak out against Saudi Arabia. But then again, that's the thing. Politicians say a lot of things when they're trying to get elected. Here, take a look.
Mr. Vice President, the CIA has concluded that the leader of Saudi Arabia directed the murder of U.S.-based journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The State Department also says the Saudi government is responsible for executing nonviolent offenders and for torture. President Trump has not punished senior Saudi leaders. Would you?
Yes, and I said it at the time. Khashoggi was, in fact, murdered and dismembered, and I believe in the order of the Crown Prince. And I would make it very clear, we were not going to, in fact, sell more weapons to them. We were going to, in fact, make them pay the price and make them, in fact, the pariah that they are. There's very little social redeeming value in the present government in Saudi Arabia. And I would also, as pointed out, I would end the subsidies that we have, end the sale of material to the Saudis, who they're going in and murdering children and they're murdering innocent people. And so they have to be held accountable. And with regard to China, we should look, unless we make it clear.
Yeah, well, that sounds very nice and all, except, again, it's a bunch of hot air. I mean, speaking of murdering women and children, speaking of Yemen, that was started thanks to Biden. Again, like I said, half of his administration, they quote unquote served under Obama. So they know the war on Yemen very well. They helped start it and support it. Now, obviously, once Biden got elected, what happens? Oh, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to sanction MBS. We're not going to punish the Saudis. This is the maximum that the Americans did about the Saudis killing Jamal Khashoggi. They released a report from the DNI. So this is the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines. And again, just be clear, this is Joe Biden's administration putting out a report clarifying that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia ordered his entourage and his security detail to murder a reporter at the Washington Post, Jamal Khashoggi, who, again, for those of you who don't know, he's a Saudi dissident and he moved to the U.S. So he was a U.S. resident at the very least and writing for a very prolific U.S. paper. And they don't care. And the most they did is release this report. Okay. But there are no prosecutions, nothing like that. And of course, in terms of Yemen, I mean, man, don't even get me started. I will talk about Yemen in a second and how they butchered it. But, the U.S. papers right now, the New York Times, the CNN, they're all very good at pointing these things out. So they will write articles like this, okay? And they'll tell you, MBS over here, the Crown Prince, he murdered a Washington Post reporter, Jamal Khashoggi. And Saudi Arabia has been butchering Yemen with U.S. support. And Saudi Arabia has all these bad things about it, right? And then, what do they do at the end of the article? They say, but it's still okay, right? So they wouldn't do that with Putin. Do you think they would make an article about how Putin did this and that, but then, it's still okay to deal with him? No. So here's another article from the New York Times, okay? This was published on June 5th. And you can see here, it's very interesting, honestly. It's very interesting what they say about Iran. So they say that, of course, Biden could have deals with Venezuela and Iran to fix the oil prices, right? Of course, any deals with either Venezuela or Iran could, quote, themselves become political liabilities for Biden, because most Republicans, and even some Democrats, oppose compromises with the leaders of those countries. But they don't oppose compromises with the Saudis, right? Butchering a Washington Post journalist, chopping him up, that's okay. 9/11, that's okay. Exporting Wahhabism, that's okay. Destroying Syria, that's okay. No women's rights, no freedom of the press, no democracy, that's okay. But where do they draw the line? At Iran and Venezuela. Like, what kind of a standard is that? Do you even have one? And the fact that they admit in the paper that actually it's most Republicans and Democrats who would be opposed to it. So they're basically telling you in other terms that the politicians in Washington, D.C., in both parties, are fine with Saudi Arabia. But Iran and Venezuela, that's where we draw the line. Can't do that. Sorry. Best I can do is chopping up journalists. I mean, that tells you a lot about their moral standard and how they're just simply hypocrites, right? I mean, to be fair, I shouldn't really be giving him credit for anything. But the phrase in English is to his credit. The Biden administration has gone to Venezuela. They sent a delegation, right, to try and ease sanctions a bit, which basically means doing nothing. And then when it comes to Iran, they've tried to revive the nuclear deal. Now, does Biden get any credit for that? I don't think so, man. Stalling for over a year with negotiations, you try going without food and medicine for a week, a month, and see how you feel. You try going without fuel for a week and see how you feel, never mind a year. And so far, there are no results, man. There are no results. It's only now that the Biden administration is showing more will to get back in the Iran deal, which means lifting sanctions, and therefore you would have Iranian oil on the market. And with Venezuela, they haven't lifted sanctions. They haven't done anything. They're only allowing Venezuela to have talks with Chevron and send some boats to Europe. That's not lifting. You have to look at it this way, man. For us, the bar should not be, can Venezuela sell oil in the United States? No. The bar should be, are people in Venezuela not being starved by U.S. sanctions? That's the bar, okay? I mean, I can't believe I have to, spell this out like the bare minimum. Can people live? What kind of a bar is that? This is where we're at. This is the discussion that we're in. And so my point is that Joe Biden is going to Saudi Arabia to get oil prices down because they are so bad. Again, in the US, they say gas prices because they're so bad. And they are. Look, some of you sent me a bunch of pictures in. This one was from where? From California, right? I'll check in a second where exactly. But here you can see $7 a gallon, basically. Okay? $7 a gallon. I've zoomed all the way in so you can actually make it out. $7 a gallon. And then I think the one that we looked at before in Canada was also quite high. Although you'll have to do a little bit of math there to convert it from Canadian liters, right? So my point is that, yes, people they're suffering, man. That's not good. You got to spend all this money just to fill up your car just so you can go to work. Yeah, that's not good. And then, of course, other things get expensive by extension. But I want to add something. I want us to add something to that. Like, you know, we recognize people are not doing well. The prices are too high. $6 a gallon, $7 a gallon. And so Biden is going all the way to Saudi Arabia. Well, I mean, he has to. They wouldn't pick up his call. He has to go all the way to Saudi Arabia to get them to help bring oil prices down. But next door, right next door in Yemen is not just being bombed and starved. There's a fuel blockade. You understand? There's a siege on Yemen on fuel specifically. So if you try to bring a fuel ship into Hodeidah port, which is the biggest port in Yemen, the Saudi coalition is going to come and seize your ship. And they're going to keep you in detention for a year on average, almost a year on average. Okay? So I put out a report on that, on this fuel siege specifically. Do you know how much people are paying in Yemen? They're paying $9 a gallon, $9.50 a gallon. You think Biden is going to tell the Saudis, hey, you guys need to lift the siege? Ha! In your wildest dreams. In your wildest dreams. And I think this shows again how sick this whole thing is, because those ships, man, I don't care what the Saudis say, security, no. It's illegal, and those ships have UN clearance. They've been given a certificate by the United Nations that they can dock in Hodeidah. I published this on Substack, the whole report. And by the way, they broke this. There was a short truce, and the Saudis have broken that and started seizing ships again. So my point is, you know, people are paying $7 a gallon. Biden pretends to care. Do you think he will even pretend to care about the Yemenis? I doubt it. And now, let's go look very briefly at what's going on here, because you can see in the New York Times article, they even admit the Biden administration recently renewed a license that partly exempts Chevron from U.S. sanctions aimed at crippling the oil industry in Venezuela. Yeah. That's what it is. So if Trump did that and Biden is keeping that, what does that tell you? Right? And then they say that Eni and Repsol could begin shipping a small amount of oil from Venezuela to Europe. Okay? But they haven't announced it publicly. And they say Venezuela, which was once a major exporter to the US, has the world's largest petroleum reserves. But its oil industry has been so crippled that it could take months or even years for the country to substantially increase exports. Okay? So even if Biden lifted sanctions, which he would never do because you don't want to upset Democrats and Republicans, right? That's the red line. Oh, heaven forbid. Even then it wouldn't work because they destroyed Venezuela. This is why, even though Venezuela has the largest reserves of oil, Iran is sending it fuel from the other side of the planet on ships, right? Because Venezuela can't refine the oil that it has. You can't even export it. Never mind refining. Do you understand? Like, that's how dire the situation is. And then you know what the Americans do? And of course, their European allies help them. They steal those ships. They seize them and steal the oil and sell the oil like pirates. You know, you board a ship, you take the cargo, you sell it, and you make money from your thieving. That's what the U.S. is doing to make sure that people in Venezuela have nothing, right? And then they tell you, oh, but Maduro. Man, what you're doing doesn't even come close to what Maduro has done or whatever you're accusing him of. It's not even close. Sanctions are siege warfare. Look at this. Going back to the article, they say that with the Iran nuclear deal, if the United States gets back in it, Iran could be free to export more than 500,000 barrels of oil a day, easing the global supply crunch and making up for some of the barrels that Russia is not selling. Iran also has roughly 100 million barrels in storage. When I saw that figure, I was like, they ain't fucking around. They're not playing around, man. They mean business. And do you know what that means? Why does Iran have 100 million barrels in storage? Because the United States made sure they can't sell them, right? Despite all that China is getting from Iran and all the others that are circumventing the sanctions, can you imagine like how much revenue they've deprived the people of Iran of? And of course, what does that mean? No medicine, no hospital machines and equipment. You have all sectors being screwed, right? people are complaining about $6 a gallon, and they rightfully should complain. But imagine $9 a gallon in Yemen. Imagine the everything being screwed: the agriculture, the industry, the services. So the United States has made no secret of what it's doing, and it's right here out in the open. And the fact that Venezuela and Iran are political liabilities, I mean, that's just really telling you something. And they say, quote, no president wants to remove the Revolutionary Guard of Iran from the terrorist list. What do you mean no? Listen, man, that was Trump's doing. So you don't have to be like Donald Trump, unless everybody else in Washington is like Donald Trump, meaning everybody, Democrats, Republicans, and they are. Do you understand now? This is what I told you since the beginning, how Joe Biden is keeping all of the foreign policy crap that Trump did and either running with it or increasing it. It's uncanny. And I want to tell you something. Here they say that Iran could release 500,000 barrels a day, right? What are they doing? They're dragging their feet. They're stalling, right? Instead, they want to go to the Saudis, who apparently have a better human rights record, I guess. So let me show you something, man. Over here, the US used to import around 200,000 barrels of crude a day from Russia. So that accounted for 3% in 2021. It's not much, right? It's not much in the bigger picture. But if that's 209,000 barrels a day, you do the math. These are millions of barrels in a year. And so even though it's just 3%, it's a lot. And the United States, because it's the hyperpower, maybe not for long, but it is the hegemon. When the United States does something, it affects everybody. Why? Let me explain. Well, when the US sanctions Russian oil, everybody else can't touch it. Okay? It's like, I'm simplifying this very much, but it's like, imagine you have a barrel of oil in the room, or barrels of oil in the room, and the US Uncle Sam looks over there and says, you can't touch that, or I'm going to put you in jail. I'm going to take your money. I'll seize your companies. And you got everybody else in the room saying, well, damn, we better not touch it. Yeah, exactly. Then what happens? Russia gets isolated, and that's the point. No one else can buy Russian oil. Do you understand? So it's not just about, the United States is importing 200,000 barrels less a day. No. And the prices go up and up. And I remind you, we were watching this live. The war in Ukraine sent the gas and oil prices up. Then the United States said they're thinking about banning Russian energy imports, sent the prices up. Then they actually banned Russian energy imports, sent the prices up. And then the EU, just last week, the EU said by the end of the year, they're getting rid of 90% of Russian oil imports. And what does that mean? Oil prices go up. So right now, I think the last figure is $115 per barrel. Here's the article from the Financial Times. And right now, again, this was published 2 days ago on June 7th. So they said that it was $115 a barrel, right? Now, the other day, I say it's 119. 119. I think the highest was 130, which is the highest since 2008, as we were watching. So while Joe Biden is trying to go pressure the Saudis to produce more oil and help him lower the oil prices, actually, what happened in the last few days is the OPEC plus countries started producing more oil anyway. You can see in the Financial Times, they say that after months of White House pressure, Riyadh relented and agreed with other OPEC plus producers to accelerate production. So this means that they will increase production by 650,000 barrels a day. Okay? Is that going to help, though? It's not likely. Why? Because of the total of this increase, 432,000 barrels a day of extra oil were already planned for each month. Okay? So that's the bulk of it. It's 2/3. Almost 2/3, right? And I want to explain... It's close to 2/3. But my point is that the OPEC plus countries, they wanted to start producing more oil anyway in September. So, all they did is basically they moved the plan up to July and August. The price has already been calculated, and with this in mind. So it's not going to help that much. And it really makes you wonder if they're going to increase by 650,000 barrels a day. And Iran can do 500,000. That's just Iran. I mean, come on, man. You're shooting yourself in the foot. But anyway. Let's go back to this, something I wanted to show you. Here's the former head of the intelligence director in Saudi Arabia. He's very sad. He's very sad.
With the United States as being strategic. We've had our ups and downs over the years, and perhaps at this time it's one of the downs, particularly since the President of the United States in his election campaign said that he will make Saudi Arabia a pariah. And of course, he went on to practice what he preached.
Poor you.
By, first of all, stopping the joint operations that America had with the kingdom in meeting the challenge of the Houthi-led rebellion in Yemen against the
Yemeni people. Sma' Habibi, Sma'. The only people working against the Yemeni people is you and the great Satan. Seriously though, I really think it's astonishing. 80% of Yemenis live in Houthi-controlled areas. They know this. If this is a fact, it's open knowledge. It's common knowledge. And what Saudi Arabia is doing is making sure that 80% of Yemen's population cannot get fuel, and that's why the oil prices are through the roof. But again, that's a separate issue that I went into detail with my article. Although when I say separate issue, again, I just told you a few minutes ago, it's interesting, right? Like how Yemen is right next door, suffering from high oil prices before the war even started, and no one gave a crap, right? No one cared. And they're still letting this happen. They're still letting this happen. Going back to this New York Times word salad. Shall we take a look at this? See, they mentioned Khashoggi, September 11th. Okay. And all these bad things. But what is the logic at the end? What is the logic? They say, well, look, man, Saudi Arabia did a lot of bad things, but this is, it's a tough situation. You have to bite the bullet. You have to compromise. You have to compromise and work with the Saudis, even though they're a pariah, or you tried making them a pariah. But when it comes to Putin, this logic is nowhere to be found, right? When it comes to Iran, it's not allowed. Venezuela is not allowed. So I think it's interesting, right? Because they're basically covering for Biden. They're telling you that, look, Biden is in a tough spot. He can't do anything, even though he helped the price of oil to go up, or caused, rather, the price of oil to go up. And then on top of it, they try to justify Joe Biden going back on his own word and enabling, validating the Saudis. So do you see how the New York Times, all of these papers, they're basically a mouthpiece for the state. They're a mouthpiece for the state. Never mind the fact that they're corporate funded, most of them, but they're covering for him. You might not realize it, but this is what is going on. I cover politics for a living. I've been drowning in politics my whole life. I can see what's going on here. The whole point of this is to okay the fact that Saudi Arabia and Biden are maybe the bromance is kindled again. Who knows? But I think it's disgusting. And the guy, dude, Jamal Khashoggi is your colleague. He's a journalist at the Washington Post, no less. They chopped him up. How the fuck are you okaying this country? Have you gone mad? Have you gone crazy? They're so dirty. They're so dirty. And the fact they try to make Iran and Venezuela look more, irredeemable or dangerous or evil or whatever, adjective you want to use compared to Saudi Arabia, man, oh man. Oh my goodness, man. I'm sorry. Listen, man. Venezuela, Iran are not the ones who sent, armies of Al-Qaeda miniatures into Syria to try to get rid of the government. They're not the ones who were working with Al-Qaeda, right, and bin Laden and exporting this Wahhabism. They have done nothing even close. Iran and Venezuela are not the ones starving Yemen. How dare you? How dare you? Honestly, this is the level of that they stoop to, rather, right? This is the level they stoop to. And just to kind of put things into perspective for you regarding Saudi Arabia's exports, this shows you Saudi Arabia's crude oil exports by destination 2020. Okay, they're going all over the place, and this is, in terms of China and Saudi Arabia, we're talking about denominating the sales in renminbi, right, in the Chinese yuan. Hey, man, if things keep going the way they are, where you're having oil sales being denominated in other currencies than the US dollar, this is good for the rest of the planet. So I don't know what's happening with that, whether they're actually going to do that with the Chinese. And it doesn't mean that overnight, the petrodollar disappears and, the US empire of evil has collapsed. No, but it is significant. And I think that they haven't calculated that by cutting Russian sales to Europe and Russian sales to the US, where do you think these sales are going to go? India and China. So they pushed Russia again eastwards. It's so stupid. They're so dumb. This is not going to work long term. It's really not going to work long term. And here, let me show you this. Here, this is Senator Chris Coons. Here's what he thinks about Biden visiting Saudi Arabia.
It is going to fade and wane if we can't deliver North American oil and gas, and if we can't get more resources into Europe soon. The Saudis are the sole country that has a significant amount of quickly, readily deliverable oil and gas that can help address this. This is the sort of compromise that makes politics painful, John. I don't think President Biden, I'm not speaking for him, this is just an observation, I don't think he's stepping back from criticizing Saudi Arabia's human rights record or criticizing MBS. It is going...
Shut the fuck up, man. What a cop-out. You people are so easy to read. You're so thinly veiled. This is rubbish. You have no principles, nothing. That was so pathetic. This is what makes politics painful. Really? Why don't you just buy Russian oil then, asshole? Huh? They didn't say no to you. You could keep buying that. It's part of the process, that makes politics painful. Get out of here. They're such hypocrites. And by the way, when they say Saudi Arabia is they're the only ones that have quantities of oil that are readily available. Yeah, you know why Venezuela doesn't? Because you destroyed Venezuela. You made sure they don't have an infrastructure. You made sure they're hit with sanctions. You ground that country into dust in terms of its economy. You bastards. Iran, man, look at the Iran oil exports after Trump leaves the nuclear deal. Look at this damage, this evil that they do. Look at this, man. Here, this is Iran's oil output. From the BBC, okay? Or from Statista, rather. Look, see that? Here, 2015, 2016, they make the nuclear deal. Boom, it doubles, shoots up. They're doing 4 million, almost 4 million barrels a day. And then Trump leaves the deal and reimposes sanctions. Whew. Cut in half. That's money and revenue and wealth that they stole from Iran. And remember, there's a history of them doing this. The UK and the CIA, right? The MI6 and the CIA. They cooed Mossadegh in Iran to get that oil. So they're not messing around. They're very, very, very dirty in how they play politics. Very, very dirty. I just wanted to be clear again. Let's look at this chart. This shows you the different kinds of crude Okay? So again, when you're talking about oil, which we are, they're different kinds. And the way you differentiate them is by two things. It's the density, the gravity rather, so light or heavy. And then the sulfur content. So when you're talking about sour, that means there's a high sulfur content. And then when you're talking about sweet, that means a low sulfur content, okay? And refineries are built to accommodate a certain kind of crude. And we were mentioning this the other day, me and Scott Ritter, that the refineries that the U.S. has built and the refineries in the vicinity, you know, they're constructed to accommodate Venezuelan oil, right? Because Venezuela, the United States was their top destination of oil exports, okay? So it's nothing insignificant. And then what happened after they started sanctioning Maduro, right? I mean, let me be clear. The U.S. has been sanctioning Venezuela since Bush, and every president that comes in, it just gets, you know, worse and worse. But when they hit Venezuela with sanctions in 2018 with the maximum pressure campaign, then they had to substitute that oil, right? So where do you think they went? Look at the chart. You can see here the Venezuelan is down here. So it's heavy and it's sweet, right? Sorry, excuse me. It's up here in Mere. I was wondering for a second, like that's not right. So it's heavy and the sulfur content is right there at 2.5. You guys are guessing in the comments. You're trying to saying Bolivar for oil. I don't know what the hell no, man, it's 4 FOR, not 4 with a I don't know if you guys can still hear me. My stream got stuck again, man. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm looking down and I see the screen freezing again, and I'm like, wait, is the stream dead again? Sorry about that. I got a heart attack for 1 second. I was like, not again, man. Oh my god. I got scared. Okay. I really think it's more to do with the internet than what you guys are saying in the comments. I have not been drone striked, and it's not the Mossad, so don't worry about that. Don't worry. But I got a heart attack for a second. I really got scared. Okay. I can breathe again. Oh. So I just wanted to make a point that all of this is drivel, right? This New York Times nonsense, every couple of days they publish a new one. It's all just to kind of, you know, help Biden walk back things like this. Remember?
Directed the murder of U.S.-based journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The State Department also says the Saudi government is rescuing.
Yes, and I said it at the time. Khashoggi was in fact murdered and dismembered.
Yep, and you done nothing about it.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said last month, and I quote, "Those involved in the abhorrent killing of Jamal Khashoggi must be held accountable. We know, thanks to the Biden administration, thanks to you, declassifying the CIA's intelligence, that MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, was behind that killing. And yet you haven't held him accountable. Why?"
Well, so let's be clear. As you said, we finally, long overdue, released the report that pointed the finger clearly at MBS as being responsible for that. And we have reset our relationship with Saudi Arabia. We've recalibrated that relationship very much. We've imposed sanctions on his elite force that conducted this event. We imposed sanctions on high-level officials in Saudi intelligence.
All right. Yeah, the thing that they didn't do is actually sanction him. So they're saying this guy ordered the killing, but we're not going to sanction him, just the guys around him. This is what they do, man. This is how they protect the interests, the U.S. interests and Saudi interests.
It's been our government's longstanding policy not to personally sanction heads of state, leaders of government in countries where we have diplomatic relations.
He's not.
Why?
Yeah, because he got you by the balls, man.
Head of state,
because
though.
we also
Ron, he's not the head of state.
He's a very senior government official, and we need to work with the Saudis to solve problems like the crisis we have in Yemen. So we have to balance the desperate needs for accountability here, which we have taken important steps on, for this horrible, ghastly, awful, inexcusable crime, with also, unfortunately, our needs to work with the Saudis on challenges like the problem we have in Yemen right now.
Yeah. Again, a lot of nice words. But no, all talk and no action. That's how it goes, man. They are all talk and no action, and I think it just retain the excuses that they came up with to cover Biden going to Saudi Arabia and kissing their butt for increased oil production when they could just jump right back in to the nuclear deal today. Iran would be ready to sign. If the United States actually gives them real assurances they won't do the same thing again. They won't screw Iran again, right? Today, and you saw Iran has 100 million barrels in storage. Unbelievable. They could put out 500,000 barrels a day. They're ready to go. And they say, well, you have to make concessions. It's politics, we need to do what's necessary. Except you won't, actually. You won't. You sanction everybody, and even those who you sanction who can alleviate the situation don't want to. What does that show you? It shows you they're not interested actually in resolving the crisis. They're just more interested in looking good before the midterms, which are coming up. The midterm elections in autumn and fall. So that Biden wants to look good and look like he's actually doing something to fix these, ridiculous gas prices. And of course, the double standard. Remember this, Saudi Arabia, this petrodollar agreement that they had, basically you guys sell oil denominated in dollars and we'll give you security and we'll make sure you stay in power. That is what is driving this, and that's what's been driving it for the last decades. So I'm curious to see what the Saudis do with China, because, this doesn't mean that Biden is going to go there and they're going to have a little, chat with MBS and everything is solved. I don't know. Honestly, you could end up taking a turn for the worse. Who knows what the Saudis will do? But to come here and say that, there's something redeemable about them and we have to buy their oil instead of Putin's. I'm sorry, man. MBS does not have less blood on his hands. If anything, he has more blood on his hands. And they know this. They just don't care. That's the reality. And all you're seeing in the media is covering for Biden dealing with a guy who's actually a murderer. Literally a murderer. I don't just mean like starting wars. The guy fucking ordered a hit on a Washington Post journalist. MBS, what Saudi Arabia as a whole has done to Yemen. How can you even compare Ukraine to that? It doesn't. I'm not saying suffering of one is more than the other, but just quantifiably, it's way worse. It's not even comparable. The terrorism, what they've done to Syria, what the Saudis did to Syria, all of these things, they don't care. 9/11. I'm not going to say anything else. You already know their role. Even before that, Bin Laden is a Saudi. Never forget that. He's also a CIA asset. Don't forget that. All these things. Apparently, Russia's worse. Apparently, Iran is worse. Apparently, Venezuela is worse. I didn't know that. Now I've been enlightened. Thank you so much, Biden administration and New York Times, which is totally not state media. Thank you. Let's move on to the next topic, guys. But I need one thing from you. I just need you to please hit the like button because it helps with the channel, and I just need a moment actually to pull this back up. It's funny, you guys recall Saudi Arabia and Syria are sort of reestablishing ties, or shall I say, there's sort of a détente, right? because Saudi Arabia had a big role in, sponsoring, funding a lot of these cuckoo terrorist groups in Syria to try and get rid of Assad, right? And it's so funny and weird seeing him meet. Well, he hasn't met with the Saudis, but just he met with the foreign minister and crown prince of the UAE, I believe it was. So my point is that it's so funny seeing these Arab leaders, Arab governments that tried to get rid of Assad. Now they're like, oh, how are you? It's so good to catch up with you. Or turn their backs at the very least. Jordan, for example, the first phone call that Syria had with Jordan in 10 years, right? Because Jordan, well, you already know, the king, his ties to the British establishment. Sorry, I'm trying to get this set up at the same time. And of course, Jordan, it really just does what it's told. It's not really, c'est ça. There's nothing complicated about it. It's just how things go. Okay, so we finished with this, and now we will move on to This really shocked me. I don't know what to say about this, honestly. This shocked me so much. Wow. Okay, so let me break this down. I saw this mother. She's one of the mothers of the children who were at Uvalde during this shooting. And when I saw this video of her account of what happened, I'm shocked. I mean, this is unbelievable. The police handcuffed her. So there's a shooting happening inside the school, and the police handcuff the mother of one of some children in the school, right? I think she had 2 children in the school. And then she went in to rescue her own children. Like, just watch the video. I'm stunned. I'm speechless.
U.S. Marshals started coming toward my car, saying that I wasn't allowed to be parked there. And he said, well, we're going to have to arrest you because you're being very uncooperative. I said, well, you're going to have to arrest me because I'm going in there, and I'm telling you right now, I don't see none of y'all in there. Y'all are standing with snipers, and y'all are far away. If y'all don't go in there, I'm going in there. He immediately put me in cuffs. As soon as they uncuffed me, I jumped that first gate fence. And once I jumped it, I went to my son's class, and I knocked on the door, and I remember the teacher saying, I'm like, hey, they're already bulge cutting the fence to get me. She's like, you think we have time to get out? I said, y'all have time. I'm going to run for my other son. So I start yelling, and I'm being cooperative, and I'm like, well, y'all aren't doing what are y'all doing? Y'all ain't doing Y'all need to be in here. Give me your vest. Somebody give me a vest. Something. I started paying attention to how far the shots were being, so that I knew the shooter was all the way still by my first son's class. So when I went to my second son's door, the teacher didn't want to open the door for me. So that's when they started escorting me out. And as I see that they're opening my son's door, I go run for my son, and I get him.
Here, I'll play the rest of it. She's not done. Just seriously, listen to this.
While you were inside the school, did you see officers
there was
inside
not one
the school?
Officer inside the school when I ran to my second son's class. There was not one officer.
And you were hearing gunshots, so you knew that
you could hear the
it
gunshots.
was an active shooter.
It was still active. The gunshots were still active. They were not in there. There was no one in there. If anything, when I pulled up, my car was closer to the school than where the snipers and everybody that was laying on the ground were.
When you heard that it took law enforcement 75 minutes before they went in and stopped the shooter, what was your thinking, having been inside the school yourself?
I don't know. I was just thinking that they could have saved many more lives. They could have gone into that classroom and maybe 2 or 3 would have been gone, but they could have saved the whole class. They could have done something. Gone through the window, sniped them through the window. I mean, something, but nothing was being done. If anything, they were being more aggressive on us parents that were willing to go in there. And like I told one of the officers, I don't need you to protect me. Get away from me. I don't need your protection. If anything, I need you to go in there with me to go protect my kids. And if anything, they were being more aggressive on us. They were more pertaining on keeping us back than getting into that school.
And here's the last part.
And she also told me that, you know, she's on probation for some charges from about a decade ago, and that she received a call from someone in law enforcement telling her that if she keeps talking to media, or if she, you know, keeps sharing her story, that she might face some kind of violation for obstruction of justice. So she was holding back from sharing her story until now because a judge told her that she was brave.
What the hell is that? Did I misunderstand this? Or is that outrageous? So let me get this straight. This mother is in front of the school. The police, instead of going in to stop the shooter and save her children and other children, they handcuff her. And then they uncuff her, and she has to run into school to save her own kids. And sees no one inside. I mean, in terms of cops. And then on top of it, on top of all that, they try to threaten her from telling the media. Wow. Where do we begin with this one? There's so much wrong with this. I'm not really sure what to say. At the same time, there was this article in the New York Times about how incompetent the police were at this shooting in Uvalde. And, well, I don't know if you can say incompetent, because people are disputing that. They're saying, were the cops incompetent? Or did they purposely not go in? I don't know. They're investigating this, and the headline says, aware of injuries inside, Uvalde police waited to confront gunmen. So, heavily armed officers delayed confronting a gunman in Uvalde, Texas for more than 1 hour, even though supervisors at the scene had been told that some trapped with him in 2 elementary school classrooms needed medical attention. So this is from video footage and investigative materials that they've seen, and also a document with a transcript from the camera footage. So, you know, the police, they sometimes have these like body cams in some places, and it records audio as well. And so the New York Times reviewed the audio from these body cams as well. And the point is, they're saying that the police at the scene knew that there were people alive in the classrooms, right? And they still didn't go in because they wanted to get more armor for the police, okay? So basically, they say it up here, right? Instead, the police waited for protective equipment to lower the risks to law enforcement officers. And the school district police chief, who was leading the response, he was heard on the audio. He said on the audio that people are going to ask why we're taking so long, right? So he was apparently very aware of that. It says, quote, people are going to ask why we're taking so long, okay? And that they believe that it's the same guy, Arredondo. So he's the guy leading the response. And you had 60 police officers that were assembled in front of the school before they actually went in, right? So basically, you have 33 children that died, and more than a dozen of them and 3 teachers were still alive during the entire 1 hour and 17 minutes. So the question is now, well, you have 60, not 1, not 2, 60 police before they go in, and during this entire period, 1 hour and 17 minutes, they know that there are people inside, not just children, but teachers as well, who are not dead, who need medical attention, some of them, right? And they still did not go in. So the question is now, well, why didn't they go in? They were waiting for protective equipment. I don't know what that is besides shields. That's the only thing that they mention in here, okay? So investigators are working to determine whether any of those who died could have been saved if they had received medical attention sooner. But there's no question that some of the victims were still alive and in desperate need of medical attention. This is a fact. 1 teacher died in an ambulance. 3 children died at nearby hospitals. So, again, I don't think you have to be a doctor to know that in an emergency situation, every second counts. Not every minute, not even every minute, every second, right? If someone's in shock, if someone has heavy blood loss, if someone is having, any sort of severe critical medical emergency, every second counts. the family of this kid, Xavier Lopez, who's 10, his family say he was shot in the back and he lost a lot of blood while he was waiting for medical attention. Quote, he could have been saved, his grandfather said. The police did not go in for more than an hour. He bled out. So the police chief, is heard saying, can be heard saying, we think there are some injuries in there. And so you know what we did. We cleared off the rest of the building so we wouldn't have any more besides what's already in there, obviously. And then the New York Times say it was not clear from the transcript whom he was speaking to. When I read this transcript and the police chief saying that, it seems to me that he knows that people are going to get mad because they did not go in sooner, and he's trying to explain it in advance. That's what it looks like to me. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong, though. But that's just what I gather from it. You have two officers that initially approached the door. They were shot at and grazed. Okay? And that's when the police chief, Arredondo, quickly decided not to breach the classroom without shields and other protection. Okay? Because he didn't want to have other officers killed. So he focused instead on getting other children out of the school while waiting for additional protection and equipment. That's the rationale, right? Honestly, I don't know what to make of this. Some people are going to say, well, of course, they don't want to get people killed, the officers killed, so they have to wait for that equipment. And you should blame whoever took too long to get the equipment, or that should have been organized better. And at the same time, you're going to have people who say, well, they're cowards, right? Or they're incompetent, or they shouldn't be working this job, because the whole point is that you're supposed to put yourself on the line. Even if there's a danger, you have to take the risk because you're a policeman to save the people that are being killed, that are being whatever, they're being attacked, or they're in danger of some sort. Honestly, there's a third option too. You could say that even if these guys were trained in the situation, when you have the adrenaline, you might make the wrong call, you might make the wrong decision. I just want to add one thing to this, because this specific place, this specific school, they had training to deal with situations like this. So I'm struggling. I don't understand how they didn't do what their training said, right? It's not like, oh, this is a random cop they pulled off the street and he has no experience with this. No, they trained for this situation, for shooting, and they didn't follow their training. So I guess you could say at best, you could argue they're incompetent, right? That there's no malicious intent or selfish intent. They're just incompetent. They shouldn't have gotten this job. They shouldn't have been working in police, and they're incompetent. I think that's the best argument you could make. Not the best argument, but the best that you could possibly say about them. A lot of people are not saying that at all. And, can I just say something? 60 fucking people. I mean, you see it over here. It says, by the time everybody had been killed, right, and they breached the classroom, 60 officers had assembled on the scene. 60 officers. What were you doing? You're assembling a fucking platoon? Like, 60 officers. What the fuck are they doing? I mean, look, man, I want to be clear. I'm not saying this job is easy. I'm not saying that they're, they all should have bursted in like Rambo or something. But I don't understand this. Like, that's the best they could do? There's something wrong here. There's something really wrong. There's something really wrong. I don't understand this. And, I know this is not an exact comparison. I know it's not an exact comparison. But I couldn't help but think of how Americans, they would go to Iraq and Afghanistan and just, fucking kick down the door and go in and, you know, get the men on the floor and, you know, round everybody up and treat the people like shit. And they had, you know, they had a complete spine, all those big balls, right, to raid fucking home after home after home and break in and act like Rambo. And then when it comes to that, there's 60 of them and not one of them goes in, right? They got all the balls to do this shit, right? Raiding people's houses like this at gunpoint, right? They go, no problem going into other people's houses, right? And treating them like shit. They got no problem doing this, right? Kicking down other people's doors. Boom. No problem. That's fine. Oh, they can do that like that, right? With 3 guys. I couldn't help but make the comparison. I'm sorry, because what the mental image that I have of, you know, U.S. forces kicking down doors is this, and many people across the world as well. And so when you hear that they suddenly have a problem going into a classroom to save their own children of their own community, I don't know. It feels weird to me, right? It doesn't compute. They're very good at doing these things, right? Anyway, it's not lost on me that the investigation is still ongoing. The investigation meaning what the Department of Justice are doing, trying to find out. Here, Texas State Police. So both Texas State Police and the U.S. Department of Justice have launched investigations to find out what the hell happened with the police, why they didn't go into the classroom. So we'll see what happens. And what makes it even weirder is that they keep changing the testimonies and the statements, rather. Okay? So in the article, they say details of what took place inside the school have been slow to emerge, and aspects of the early accounts delivered by Governor Greg Abbott and top state officials, including Mr. McCraw, who is the director of state police, have had to be amended or completely retracted. The official narrative has shifted from a story of swift response by local police to one of hesitation and delay that deviated from 2 decades of training that instructs officers to quickly confront a gunman to save lives, even at a risk to their own. Again, man, the funny thing is, you have a lot of people in police who, you know, they proudly say, yeah, I served in Iraq, and no. You first of all, the verb serving, I don't know who you were serving, who you think you were serving, but Raytheon thanks you. And my point is that a lot of them have military experience. They've been in the military doing shit like this, right? Kicking down people's doors in Iraq, kicking down people's doors in Afghanistan, and so on and so on. And then on U.S. soil to save their own children in their own community, Americans. They don't do it. They're too scared all of a sudden. I guess they only kick down doors when they know there's defenseless women and children and men they can blindfold and bag, you know. I'm really upset. You know, I've seen too many images like this, too many videos, too many, you know, stories about shit like that. And you know, the thing is, they go into those homes allegedly because they're looking for terrorists. So when the Americans and the British, of course, right, they kick down an Iraqi's door or you know, they kick down the door in Afghanistan, they're not only confronting a potential shooter, some guy who's fucking 18. No. They're doing it because there might be a terrorist inside. So let me get this straight. You're ready to kick down the door to confront some imaginary Arab terrorist, but you're not willing to do that when it comes to a school in the U.S. There's something wrong, man. There's something wrong with this picture, you know? No pun intended. There's something wrong. So, I mean, I'm just saying that because you can't come and say the danger is greater in what just happened. No, it's actually the opposite, right? And you have to add to that the fact that they have had training for this specifically. Anyway, this is again, I often wonder how many families had to live through something like this. You know, can you imagine somebody coming into your home with a machine gun, telling you what to do, putting you on the ground, searching your things for no reason, literally no reason, just except that you are in your home and you come from your country. That's the crime. It's really disgusting. It's really awful. Okay, so I have something about Ukraine, which I'll get back to in a second. I want to show you this story over here, which very, very interesting how this panned out. Very interesting how this panned out. Okay. So again, guys, please make sure you hit the like button. If you've just tuned in, please tell me where you're watching from. I love to see the diverse community. So, you guys remember the other day, the tankers belonging to Iran were seized by the Greeks. And then in response, Iran went and seized 2 Greek oil tankers, right? Tit for tat. You take our tankers, we'll take your tankers. Well, guess what happened? Greek court overturns decision on U.S. seizure of Iranian oil cargo. Aha. Funny how that works, right? Funny how that works. So, they say the seized oil tanker, 2 of them, by the way, U.S. seizure. You saw the United States seizure because the Greeks actually took these oil tankers at the behest of the United States. That's very important. And when they seized the tankers, what did they do? They emptied the cargo. They took that oil. Oh, yeah. They took the oil and gave it to the Americans. Do you understand? Once again, this really shows you how the EU and European countries are really just vassals of the United States. The United States, Uncle Sam says jump, and they ask how high. So, look what happened. A Greek court on Wednesday overturned an earlier court ruling that allowed the confiscation by the U.S. of part of a cargo of Iranian oil on an Iranian-flagged tanker off the Greek coast. The incident led to an angry response by Iran, with Iranian forces last month seizing 2 Greek tankers. Yeah. Well, it's really funny because in the article they try to insist that, no, we have an independent judiciary and we don't, it's nothing to do with what Iran did. And yeah, okay. Look, man, this has happened before. This is nothing new. And it's not, they're not the first to do it. I remember in 2019, there was an Iranian oil tanker seized by the UK in Gibraltar. And let me ask you, what do you think happened a few weeks after the British took that Iranian oil tanker? Pop quiz. It's a very, very, very easy answer. The Iranians saw a British tanker coming right there and grabbed it. And once Iran grabbed this British oil tanker, what do you think happened afterwards? There you go. The British magically let that Iranian oil tanker in Gibraltar go. And this is the same thing here. If it's unfortunate, but what's going on here is that if you don't reciprocate, right? If there's no tit for tat, they're not going to respect you. So the Americans, the British use force. They use aggression against Iran, and they leave no choice for Iran but to do the same thing to them. You take our oil tanker, fine, we'll take yours. And then you're going to release ours. And the same thing happened with these 2 tankers. Now, here's the catch. Where's the oil? Where's the oil? So they're saying here that the United States in May confiscated part of the Iranian oil cargo held on board and transferred it to another ship. Whoa. Hold on a second. Let me read that again. They did what? The United States in May confiscated part of the Iranian oil cargo held on board and transferred it to another ship. Oh, really? That's really amazing. You know, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to break into someone's house and I'm going to transfer their belongings to my vehicle. How about that? That's a very creative way of saying steal, right? When you take something that doesn't belong to you, it's transferring, confiscating. Look at this, man. What is this? Is this creative writing? This can't be journalism, can it? I mean, again, you know, Reuters do some good work, but I don't know who wrote this one. Confiscated and transferred it to another ship. My goodness. Wow. And here's the interesting part. That oil, we still don't know where it is. Well, I have bad news for the Greeks and the Americans, because my gut feeling, you know, given me as a journalist observing and reporting, is that if the Americans and the Greeks don't give back that oil cargo to Iran, Iran will take the Greek oil that it has in its possession from those Greek ships, right? And then they, you know, you can have your tankers back and Iran can take its empty tankers back, right? Tit for tat. Or Iran will simply get, you know, its compensation in another form. The Iranians invented chess. They're very patient people, right? So whether they do it now or in a year, they'll do it. And I want to say another thing. I find it incredible how they try to paint Iran as angry in this article, right? They say the incident led to an angry response by Iran. So they try to plant that seed in your head that Iran is irrational and angry, right? And then down here, when it comes to this quote from Greece, they say Greece had called Iran's seizure of the 2 Greek tankers in the Gulf piracy. So now they plant in your head that Iran is the pirate. No. Listen, man, you got the whole situation upside down. What Greece and the United States did was piracy. It was illegal and theft. They not only seized the vessel, but the cargo as well. And what Iran did was give you a taste of your own medicine. That's it. And I bet you, I can guarantee you, Iran will release the tankers and the cargo as soon as they get theirs back. You know, this is really not complicated. Iran is not going to Greece and stealing stuff from them or attacking Greece. They're literally just sailing their cargo peacefully in international waters. That's it. And then people are coming on board and stealing their stuff. And this is not the first time, because this blew my mind. I swear to God, this next headline that I will show you, you're not going to believe this. You know, the Americans have been stealing Iranian fuel for several years now, right? Iran is sending fuel to Venezuela, for example, because Venezuela has lots of crude, but it can't refine it or sell it. And in exchange, Venezuela sends gold. So, you know, fuel for gold. And while these Iranian ships are on their way to Venezuela, they're carrying this fuel, you know, several tankers. Uncle Sam knows where those vessels are and goes and seizes the fuel tankers and sells the oil, right? So straight up piracy. If I read to you, you know, Jack Sparrow boarded the vessel, seized the cargo and sold it. He's pirate. It's Jack Sparrow, right? That's what they're doing, except they're not Jack Sparrow who's a friendly pirate. It's straight up piracy like in the old days, but now you have states doing it instead of, you know, bandits. They're just bandits in suits. And the crazy thing is, look where the money went. Well, it's they not all of it, part of it. Look at this from Reuters. September 11th victims seek seizure of Iran oil. What? Hold on a second. So now they're blaming Iran for 9/11? That's what it looks like. Victims of the September 11th, 2001 attacks asked a U.S. judge to order the seizure of Iranian crude oil from a tanker owned by an American private equity firm to help satisfy a $3.6 billion judgment against Iran over the attacks. Man, you must be smoking something good. I don't know what that is, but in case you want to take somebody's money from their fuel, from their oil to compensate 9/11 victims, you should go look at your lovely friend Saudi Arabia, because I can assure you Iran has nothing to do with Al-Qaeda. As a matter of fact, Iran and Al-Qaeda are enemies, in case you hadn't noticed. Again, this is what's so hilarious. Again, even with Saddam Hussein, they did this whole thing. Oh, Al-Qaeda, Saddam is giving Al-Qaeda nuclear weapons. Saddam is giving Al-Qaeda shelter. What are you talking about? These guys are enemies. They don't believe in the same things. No. What are you saying? This is the level of stupidity. It's like, oh yeah, anyone, who's brown and has a beard over there must be the same, right? They're all the same, right? There's those Muslimist, Islamicist terrorists, right? That's the basic ignorant understanding in the West. So I'm stunned. Like, they're not only stealing the oil, but they also want to give it to 9/11 victims. What has that got to do with anything? Just no. So another example of, unfortunately, why you have to do tit for tat. The Americans, this is what they did. They told Canada to extradite a Huawei executive, okay? So Huawei is the mobile phone manufacturer, and here's her picture. That's her, okay? So she was in Canada, and she got arrested. Why did she get arrested? Because the Americans wanted her. And in response, you know what China did? China went and arrested 2 Canadian nationals and gave them the death sentence. Straight up. Again, you want to fuck around? You'll find out. Tit for tat. And guess what happened? Once again, guess what happened when China gave those 2 Canadian nationals the death sentence? Where do you think Meng is right now, the Huawei executive? Before you can say maple syrup, the Canadians freed her, right? And the DOJ dropped they said, I'm not going to go into the whole case. They postponed it and she was able to go free. Get the idea? Unfortunately, this is the reality that they end up creating. These countries like Canada, like the UK, like the United States, they violate international law. They act like thugs and pirates. And what they're actually doing is they're teaching and allowing other countries to start doing the same thing. Now, again, don't get me wrong. What Iran is doing is self-defense, really. But my point is that you're going to see a point in time where other countries start using these same tactics, right? And acting like they didn't do anything, right? And even if you want to say it's retaliatory, which is understandable, we are entering, or we've already entered a world where this is the norm. Like, oh, this guy does this, and that guy does this in response. Is this really what we want? Is this really sane? Is this really safe? Now, again, you can't blame the Iranians, and you can't blame the Chinese, because they're just responding to a threat. They're being attacked. So, nevertheless, we're in a reality where, if you don't stand up for yourself, well, they will screw you, and they'll keep screwing you. And this is something I talked about with David Mendoza, right? So he was extradited to the US. He knows the prison system very, very well. Very, very well. And his case was very important. It relates to Julian Assange and so on. But I had him on, and we always talked about this, where it's countries like China, like Iran, they have a pair of balls now. They've grown a pair of balls, and the situation in the world is shifting that, Iran and China are just not going to accept this kind of bullshit, right? This is not whatever year you want to give it as example. This is 2022. The multipolar world is coming, and people are not afraid to stand up to these bullies, right? Iran is not afraid to stand up to the US. Iran is not afraid to stand up to the UK. China is not afraid to stand up to the US. And they, again, this is what they're doing. And you can see here in the BBC article, they say that it prompted accusations that China had detained Canadian citizens in retaliation, which China denied. it doesn't matter that China denied it. We all know that that was the reason, right? And it worked. It worked. It's very unfortunate. Those guys must have been terrified, no doubt. But you know, this is the world that they're creating, and that the West is creating. These international norms they talk about. This is what they mean. Not law, not international law, international norms. Which is basically do what we say or else. Well, countries like this, they're not doing what you say anymore. Actually, you are going to release the tankers. You are going to release the executives. And I want to say one thing. Do you think that's wild that they arrested the Canadians arrested her when she was there, right? I mean, can you imagine, just as an example, because she was the CFO of Huawei, okay? So the equivalent would be Sheryl Sandberg, I believe, in the US for Facebook. Obviously, Facebook and Huawei are different fields, but nevertheless, let's just imagine. Can you imagine Sheryl Sandberg or Mark Zuckerberg flying to China and they get just fucking arrested, or they fly to, you know, a neighboring country and then China gets them arrested? What the hell? Do you know why they're doing this? Please pay attention. This is so important. The reason they got Meng Wanzhou arrested, the CFO of Huawei, is because the United States is afraid of China gaining a foothold in the market of big tech. The United States, one of the ways that it achieves world dominance is Silicon Valley. There are many prongs to that, of course, right? NSA mass surveillance is one of them, and that relates to intelligence. So there are many prongs to this. It's not just about money and you know, selling so many iPhones that you have $1 trillion company and so on. It's not just about money. It's how it relates to the intelligence apparatus, to the deep state. It's how the United States can, you know, make sure that it's the world hegemon, that people are using its software, its laptops, its technology. So when you have TikTok, for example, coming along and becoming the #1 app on the App Store, this drives them insane. Do you know what Trump did? He said, if you don't sell TikTok to an American company, I'm going to ban you. That's theft. That's a robbery. That's a straight up robbery. TikTok did nothing bad. He literally wants to kick them out of the market, rob them of their market share just for existing and not being American. That's robbery. And he said, you know, they didn't care what company it was. Any American company. And that shows you it's all about dominance. And they were threatened by the Chinese. And I'm telling you, man, one of the reasons they tried to mess with her is to send a message to Huawei, which they already banned. They also sanctioned Huawei, remember? It's all about maintaining US dominance. You have to understand this. And I find it unbelievable. Like, the Americans are worried about Chinese spyware in Huawei. What the fuck, man? We literally have a diagram showing every Silicon Valley, every tech company in the US working with the NSA to spy on people. And you got the nerve to talk about China? What's Google doing? Huh? What's Apple doing? What are all these US companies doing working with the NSA? Man, come on. So the hypocrisy is one thing, but you have to understand this is piracy. This is 21st century state piracy. All right, guys, we got a couple of super chats. This is great. Thank you guys very much. I'm going to read a few of them to you. And we have 1,200 people watching. Again, please make sure you've hit the like button because I only see 860 likes. So, again, unfortunately, the stream crashed. I had to restart. So, again, let's try and promote it. Please hit the like button. It really helps. Marvin says, when Israel seizes land and homes with God's blessing. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but they that's their logic, right? Yeah, it's I get it. It's they're like, oh well, you know, we're the chosen people. This is our land. This is our ancestral home. Well, how do you know that? How is it it's only your ancestral home? It's not the Palestinians? come on, I'm not going to get into this. I'm not going to validate this bullshit. You know why? Because at the end of the day, when you ask a Palestinian, where does your father come from? Where does your grandfather come from? Where does your great-grandfather come from? They're going to tell you the same response, Palestine, every single time. Right? I'm generalizing. Go ask an Israeli where they come from. Every Israeli prime minister was either himself or herself born in an Eastern European country, or their parents or their grandparents. Okay? What does that tell you? That tells you they're colonizers. Not immigrants, colonizers, because they've colonized the Palestinians. I'm pretty sure if Palestine was given statehood and respected and not treated like dirt, I think this is funny to me, because if you are Palestinian, good luck traveling abroad. If you're an Arab, you're Syrian, you're from Libya, try getting a visa just to go on holiday in Paris or in the UK. Just try. See how many hoops they make you jump through. That's if they even let you. And they have all these rules, right? All these rules and regulations, and people say, well, yeah, it's our borders. Okay, fine. It's your borders. Why do you fuck with other people's borders then? Huh? What's with this colonialism? You go and invade other people's countries and you put your fucking flag there and kill the people and take their resources? Or you stick a colonial project like Israel right in the middle, which lets you de facto project your influence on people. Like, what's that shit? Huh? Oh, our borders, but we're gonna fuck other people's borders? Shut up. I really, it's such a joke, man. Zook says, hello, Richard. Deep breath and chill. Great stream. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I forget to do that. Florin says, thank you, Richard. Thank you, Florin. Jazz, I'm still here. Marvin says, how about Cuba? How many years of sanctions? Absolutely. It's kind of like Cuba, 60 years of embargo. We're so used to how long and permanent that state of sanctioning is. Again, it's literally an embargo. That we tend to talk about the quote unquote new players, Iran and Russia. they recently got hit with some sanctions of the same caliber, right? But Cuba, man, Cuba's no joke. I right here on the channel, I have an interview with the Cuban embassy, and we talked about those protests that took place a few months ago. We talked about the embargo, everything. Go watch it if you want to learn a little bit about Cuba. It's really good, if I may say so. I enjoyed the conversation, and I hope you do too. Florian, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. And American Autopsy says the Saudis were tracking Khashoggi's phone using Israeli spyware. Yeah, absolutely. Pegasus and his fiance and his ex-wife, I think, as well. I know his fiance, but the other person, I think, was his ex-wife. Yeah, and definitely, they were using Pegasus, right? Which I can talk a bit more about in a second if you want. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll down here. There's a lot of super chats. I'm missing them, but give me a second. It's loading. I'm trying to try and refresh here. All right then. Oh, thank you very much, Jonathan. Jonathan just signed up on Patreon. I appreciate that very much. And Arun, they also, so both Arun and Peter, thank you so much for increasing your monthly contribution on Patreon. I really appreciate it. I'm going to play Crab Dance for you guys, and then we'll continue with a lot more topics to cover, so don't go anywhere.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off!
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9. Number 9 large.
We got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
And there we go. Thank you guys very much. I couldn't do this without you. And this is actually amazing because if you look at the number of people that are on Patreon, dude, this is nuts. We are 9 people, I think. 9 people away. That is incredible. That is incredible. Hold on, I'm trying to load the thing so you can see it. Yeah. We are only a few people away from hitting the goal on Patreon, so Claudia must kindly update this to 891, but we are only 9 people away to hitting 900. So if you guys like my work, you enjoy what I do, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could donate $1 or $2, euros a month, anything you like. There's no minimum or any limit, so this is how I'm able to do my show, and you're supporting independent journalism, so I'd be very grateful. Claudia is excellent. She already changed it to 891, so that's good. But by the way, the bonus is I play a crab dance, right? This is sort of the whole thing. Every time someone joins, we play a crab dance, which was the wild thing you just saw. So we are 891. Thank you very much, Claudia. Only 9 people away. I'm sure we can do it by the end of the stream. So, those 9 heroes of you, let's go. And we've got a super chat here from Fuck the Fed. They're saying no plane evidence at the World Trade Center, Pentagon, or Shanksville, Building 7. Wait, what? Israel, only country outside of the US with a 9/11 memorial. I'm not sure. I know what you're referring to in the top of the comment. I don't understand the last part. Sometimes I need a minute because I am focusing on what I want to say. So I've got like 15 million thoughts going on at once. But I appreciate the comment. Thank you all for your donations. And Jazz sent a super chat saying, "Fart. Do your thing, man." We've got a very interesting one here. So this one is from Bill Nye, the highest guy. And they said that, "Can you please explain the colors of the flags of Arab countries, please? You're an excellent journalist. No one gives more relevant context to every story." You're very kind. I appreciate that. Sure. I'm going to touch on Ukraine still and some other things in a moment, but I like your question very much, and it will be my pleasure. So let me pull up the Syrian flag as an example. So let's talk about what the Arab colors mean, okay? And the flag I'm going to use as an example is the Syrian flag. So interestingly enough, this actually wasn't only the Syrian flag. This was the United Arab Republic's flag. So in the 50s and 60s, Egypt and Syria formed to make one country, right? Which is pretty wild, which is great. I mean, I like the idea of it. Pan-Arabism is the solution to fight imperialism, to fight colonialism. And of course, you know, Abdel Nasser was a everybody in the Arab world loved him. But there are many criticisms of this union at the time. You know, people felt Egypt was too overbearing and so on. But let me talk about the colors specifically, because even though Egypt changed its flag, Syria still has its flag, and most Arab countries have the same colors in their flag. So the top one, the red, so the red stands for basically the Hashemite dynasty, okay? Right? So it's also, people say it's the blood of the martyrs. You can also see it like that, right? So the Palestinian flag, if I go back, you'll see it also has the exact same. Actually, let's just pull up the whole thing. Let's just pull up all of the Arab flags so you can look here. There you go. With the lovely stock image pattern on top, right? So you can see all the flags have these, the same color theme. And then, of course, at the bottom of the Syrian flag, we have the black. Okay, so the black represents the Abbasiyin, right? So when we talk about Abbasiyin, we're talking about the second dynasty in the Arab Empire. Let me explain this. The Islamic Empire, the first Islamic Empire, the capital was Damascus. I'm not trying to flex, but that's the way it is. Which it says a lot, right, about how Syria is central to Arabism. And that was the Umayyads who were in control, right, who ruled at that time. Now, afterwards, it went to Baghdad, right, the next capital under the next dynasty, which is the Abbasiyin, was in Baghdad, Iraq's capital now. And so that, that represents their dynasty. Going back to the flag, if you can see it here, you'll see black in basically every one of the flags. And then, of course, we have the white. Okay, now white represents the Umayyads, which I just mentioned now, Al-Amawiyin, right? So if you go to Syria, for example, the main mosque, the center of the city, is the Umayyad mosque. It refers to that dynasty which built it, right? And was, like I said, the first. I don't want to use the word caliphate because I feel like the West, because of all this shit with ISIS, the two have nothing to do with each other. Okay, so let's just stick to dynasty. But it's, you can still say that, of course. Here, I'm pulling up the map so you can see what I'm talking about. So the first Arab Islamic Empire, look how huge it is. I think at the time is the biggest to ever have existed up until this point. It's all the way from Cordoba, from Spain, to China. And Damascus right there was the capital. Okay? So the Abbasiyin, Baghdad, just next door, their color, that was the white that the black that we just talked about, and the Umayyads is the white, right? So the last color that we're left with, I went with the Syrian flag. So I started red, white, black, and then the green. We have the green left. And so when we talk about the green, we are talking about Islam, of course. The color of Islam is green. And really, if you ask like random people on the street, they might give you other answers. Like I told you, I've heard Palestinians say, for example, the red is the blood of our martyrs. Yes, definitely. You get different answers, but the original idea behind it is the stuff that I just told you here. And I think it's quite poetic to say that, and nothing wrong with it at all. The irony is, if you go look at the Syrian flag, you type in Syrian flag on Google, you'll get this disgusting colonial rag right next to it, like this thing here. The rebel flag, the so-called rebel flag. Let me explain something to you, man. This is not a rebel flag. Even though, yes, the Syrian opposition use it. But they did not come up with this flag themselves. Do you know what this flag comes from? This comes from the French colonial days in Syria. Like, you're supposedly fighting for freedom and you're carrying a fucking colonial flag. I mean, I don't even know what to say, man, really. I don't know what to say. And right here, if we're going back to the actual flag of Syria, you know, this is, again, it comes from the United Arab Republic. Like I said, when Syria and Egypt were one country. And I'm glad Syria kept it, because even though a lot of Syrians didn't like the project, the point is that, you know, this flag was made at a time when Arabs were trying Pan-Arabism and especially were opposing imperialism, right? I think it's when I say, oh, the Arabs were trying Pan-Arabism, it's not something that, you know, you try or has never been done before. No, this is the way. This is the way. Look at the map that I showed you with the first Islamic empire. You know, forget Spain and you know, I'm just talking about the Arab countries. The really, you know, from Morocco all the way to Saudi Arabia. You know, you can walk literally from one end to the other, and you will speak the same language all the way and find the same religion all the way. And of course, you have Christians like myself and other minorities and so on, and you will find the same culture and history and all of it in one landmass. Look at the Europeans. You know, the Europeans speak like so many languages. They have nothing in common with each other whatsoever, and they're able to have an EU. They're able to have some union of sorts. The Arabs need that too. I think it's a shame that we don't have something similar, which with of course improvements. There is the Arab League, but I mean, it's been too politicized. You know, they kicked Syria out of the Arab League. How the fuck do you kick Syria out of the Arab League? Man, that's ridiculous. You know, Syria is the basis for Arabism. I told you, it's the capital of the first Islamic empire, right? The mosque which I mentioned, the Umayyad Mosque, I've done a video about it on the channel, and it's so incredible for many reasons because of the architecture. But my point is that this mosque is the template for most mosques in the world, right? There certain principles, right, in how it was built, which have been copied and so on. Actually, if you go to Spain, Cordoba here, in Andalus, in the south of Spain, where the Arabs were, you will find a replica of the Umayyad Mosque of Damascus. It's actually, it was intended to be a copy, but it's actually so unique that you can immediately tell, oh, it's the one in Spain. It's very beautiful, really, really beautiful. Let me show you a picture. So this is the Syrian one, the one where I'm hovering the mouse. That's not the one in Spain. This is the one in Spain here. I've never been there, but I'd love to go one day. It's really gorgeous. So yeah, you can see the Corinthian columns, the Roman arches, the colors on the arches have been copied from the fountain in the Umayyad Mosque. I'm being very kind of detailed here. You see the arches over there? Right there. That's very similar patterns. Right there. So anyway, I'm going a bit off topic here in terms of the colors of the Arab flags, but you know, obviously you see not all Arab countries have these colors, these Arab colors or Pan-Arab colors, but there is a common theme, and you know, the I'm just thinking, it's kind of a shame how, you know, some countries got ruined, like Libya and so on, you know. Man, because Libya's flag under Gaddafi was very different. It was just green, right? There you go. It was literally just green. Now, Gaddafi, you know, he had his own philosophy in the Green Book, right, that he wrote. But of course, it's you know, it's supposed to represent many things. It's supposed to represent many things. Islam is the color, you know, green is the color of Islam. But if you read Gaddafi's green book, it also relates in a sense that, you know, he likes the color green. It's really interesting because if you look at it, it doesn't have the colors, the Pan-Arab colors, and yet Gaddafi was very much into Pan-Arabism. So I get, you know, it doesn't mean everything to have the Pan-Arab colors or not, but I certainly like them. And by the way, look at the screen right now. You guys that are watching me, look at the transition. What colors do you see? That's no accident. I picked them on purpose. Even the background right now, you see behind the what I'm showing you. Actually, hold on. Let me turn it off, and then you can see even same colors, man. So yeah, that's why I picked them, and that's why I used them. So there you go. No, I think Pan-Arabism is very important because, you know, first of all, let's talk about the word nationalism. When you say nationalism in the West, it's sort of like, you know, it has a connotation and usually means like, you know, white supremacist bullshit and so on. Obviously, that doesn't apply when you're talking about nationalism outside the West because many countries in the global South were colonized, right? And how did they fight colonialism? With nationalism. So when you say nationalism in Syria or, you know, in Vietnam, it doesn't matter. It's actually very important to have that because that's how you kick out the colonizer. It's getting the, you know, it's invoking the sense of the people, like the natives, the you know, the owners of the land, your compatriots, right? Your compatriots. It's invoking a sense of patriotism, of fighting for the country, right? And in that sense, you fight imperialism. Now, of course, Pan-Arabism, you have a few different philosophies when it comes to Syria. You have people that are Qawmi, which means nationalist party, and their idea is to have the greater Syria back. So, you know, before the British and the French, before Sykes-Picot, came and carved up the Middle East, right? That's what the French and the British did. You know, Syria used to be bigger. Let me give you an example. When you say Sham in Arabic, Al-Sham, it really means multiple things at the same time. So Al-Sham is Damascus, Al-Sham is Syria, and Al-Sham is the whole region. So the fact that these were like these places and meanings are interchangeable for the same word shows you the importance that Syria has in the entire Levant. In English, it doesn't sound as good. So we, you know, let's say Al-Sham. So you say Nazal Al-Sham means I'm going to Damascus or I'm going to Syria. And of course, Sham means Levant. So my point is the Nationalist Party in Syria, I'm just kind of giving you an explanation of you also have a communist party and so on. But because we talked about the Pan-Arab colors, they are not interested in Pan-Arabism, this party. They're interested in Greater Syria, or actually just Syria, literally Syria, Sham. And that just means having Syria back before it was carved up by the colonizers, right? So that means Lebanon, Palestine. Here, let me show you. This is what we're talking about. Although again, I don't like saying that, you know, Greater Syria. That was Syria before the British and the French chopped it up. So I don't know why it's greater or not greater. It just is. But anyway, I'm pretty sure. Here, there's a difference, right? When we say Levant, this is the Levant here, this area. So we're talking about specifically Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Jordan, right? Now, Greater Syria is actually more than that. So, yeah, there you go. That's the Nationalist Party, the one we were talking about in Syria, right? So they believe in Greater Syria, which I think is not what is kind of funny, because in order to achieve this, you need people in the other countries, right? I don't like... It's so weird, because if you go back 100 years, or a little bit over 100 years, Lebanon was not a country. And of course, a lot of Lebanese people just hate me now for saying that. No, but I'm not trying to say that whether that's good or bad. I just mean that the French and the British carved up these borders, right? Like, just to be very clear, they're the ones who carved out these borders. They have nothing to do with the people in the Levant. So they came and imposed these borders on us, on Syria, on the Levant, and decided that, yeah, this is a country, that's a country, no country for the Palestinians. Here, we're going to give them Israel. It's no wonder that people look at this shit and they reject it. They say, why should we keep the borders that the British drew, that the French drew? Fuck them, right? That's where it comes from. And that's certainly a sense of nationalism. But when you talk about Pan-Arabism is much bigger than that. Again, I'm going back to the map here, which please don't confuse what I'm talking about. This is the first Islamic empire. The Pan-Arabism does not include Spain or Iran or China. It's just the Arab countries, okay? So Pan-Arabism is more than that. And the Ba'ath Party in Syria, they're Pan-Arab. They're not for a greater Syria or Levant or whatever. They're Pan-Arab and socialist, right? So, and anti-imperialist. Those are the three main characteristics. So it's no wonder that actually the flag of the Ba'ath Party will look very familiar to you, right? Oh, does that ring a bell? There you go. That's the flag of the Ba'ath Party, which is the ruling party in Syria. And of course, it not only has the Pan-Arab colors, but it's also the flag of Palestine, right? Anyway, so I just wanted to give you a very, quick, brief overview. We could talk hours about this, but I want to cover some, I want to make sure we get through the topics that we talked about. But people... the French, their thinking behind creating Lebanon, why did they do that? Because their idea was to carve out a country that is Arab Christian. And for a time, Lebanon was majority Christian. It's not anymore. But again, like, what? Who cares about that? Who cares? Like, these are artificial borders that were imposed by colonizers. Do you understand? Like, people in Lebanon, dude, literally... how can I say this, man? It's like, how people say like Ukraine and Russia, they're like brothers and cousins and so on. Same thing with Lebanon and Syria. I'm trying to give you kind of an idea of how close. I would say even closer, right? I can't count the number of times, yes, also a number of times been to Lebanon as a child, but also the number of people, cousins, that are in Lebanon, too many to name. So it's like, just some artificial border that was put there by the French. Same thing with what they did to the Israelis, right? What they did to the Palestinians with the Israelis. They said, okay, we're going to give these guys a state. And then, of course, they used the UN and screwed it. I can't summarize all of that in a few minutes, but the French and the British were very, very dirty with Sykes-Picot and all this whole period. And again, it's just one period. Very, very dirty. Even when they promised the Arabs in Syria, they promised the Syrians independence, they basically, lied to them. Like, we'll give you independence in a few years, okay? But we want to stay a few more years. And then, oh, no, we can't give you independence. There's World War II. Yeah. And then, come on, it's just, we shouldn't allow colonizers to have so much influence, I feel like, it's at the same time, I'm not saying like we should burn French books or something crazy like that, no, but the institutions, these sorts of things, I think it's important to take a critical look at what they did. And, like how would people in France feel like it if, someone carved up, I don't know, Reims or like, Marseille and just made it a country and gave this to someone. It's like, what the fuck? Anyway, the Pan-Arab colors, although not every Arab country has them, they are a rejection of imperialism, and they're a symbol of unity among Arabs. And unfortunately, a few Arab countries, not the people, but the governments, are controlled by Western puppets. But inshallah, we will liberate all of Arabia and the Arab world from these colonizers and unite and liberate Palestine. So, again, I just wanted to look at this and show you how they changed Gaddafi's flag, right? They got rid of it. And they would love to do the same with Syria, right? And they would love to erase the Palestinian flag, and the Israelis have banned the Israeli flag in Jerusalem. Can you imagine? Like, you're not even allowed to show a flag. Shireen's funeral, they were ripping the flags off her casket. No respect, right? So they try very hard to erase Arab identity. Obviously, these are two different situations, but I think it's important because flags have, symbols mean things. And especially when you're trying to get rid of a colonizer and you're talking about the context of imperialism. I don't remember who my mother was referring to, her parents or her grandparents, someone in our family. And they would basically, the teachers would like slap you on your wrist if you spoke Arabic in class, the French. What the fuck? You see again, like this kind of like cultural erasure and it's wild. It's wild. So this is why the countries targeted by the West, mostly, they're socialist, right? You'll see that pattern. And another pattern you'll see is they're in support of Palestinian liberation. They support Palestine, they're against Israel, and they're against imperialism, right? That's a pattern that you will see. You can make many criticisms about Libya. You can make many criticisms about Syria, but at the end of the day, they were anti-imperialist. They were against the West, right? Gaddafi is a funny type. This guy anyone he could find who was fighting colonialism, he would just send them like fucking money and weapons, like whoever. It's ridiculous. It's comical in a way, almost, right? Like, that guy meant it. He really meant it. He was not playing around. And I noticed another thing. When he was young, he would give some interviews in English. And as he got older, they were all in Arabic. I think that's also rejection, in a sense, which is ridiculous. I'm not trying to say the English language is bad or something, but this is my interpretation. I'm not saying he did that because he was, trying not to validate the West or something. I don't know. It's just an observation. Putin also, I'm pretty sure he speaks English. I know he speaks German. Have you ever heard him speak those languages? I've even tried looking up videos. I can't find any. I think that's also another thing. It's like speaking in your own language. It's a fuck you to, others trying to impose their will. The French, by the way, I know this very well. They hate English and they refuse to learn other languages because they think it's like I'm generalizing, but it's true. I know the French. They do have, languages at school. They do learn other languages, but generally speaking, they have like an inferiority complex because France is no longer an empire, and most of their former colonies still speak a lot of French, but nevertheless, they are annoyed that English has much more influence because the de facto language lingua franca of, diplomacy and science, it was always French, right? Like if you were some fucking aristocrat in, in Europe in the 18th century, you would learn French, right? You have to learn French. It's the language that everybody speaks, especially, educated people. And diplomacy is done in French, everything, right? And today it's English. And the French, they are very, they have an inferiority complex about it. They have small dick syndrome. C'est comme ça, hein? Tant pis. En tout cas, let's go back to the subjects that we have at hand. And yeah. Okay, this one is wild, honestly. You guys see that? I think some of you might have heard of this story. So if you haven't, I'll break it down nevertheless. You have weapons in Ukraine that have started showing up on the internet, right? So people are selling javelins, for example, on the dark web. Here is a US-made javelin, right? $30,000 a piece. So this was posted. If you look at the link up there, this is from the Tor Onion service. It's not a regular website. Again, it's the dark web, and I think that it became sort of infamous because of Silk Road and all this. Like it's this secret part of the internet where all this shady stuff is done, and drugs are bought and so on. And yeah, to some extent, it's true. It's absolutely true. And you have weapons from Ukraine being sold there now. Now, I will say one thing. Some accounts are saying that this javelin actually came from Syria to Ukraine. Nevertheless, what we're going to explore here is the consequence that this unfettered shipment of weapons to Ukraine has, right? You have so many weapons that are flowing into Ukraine that no one can keep track of them. But as a matter of fact, when Senator Rand Paul blocked the weapons to Ukraine, saying that we have to have, we the Americans meaning, have to have oversight. We need to know where this money is going, where these weapons are going. And they just went around him and got it through anyway. Can you imagine? So even when you try to have oversight, the politicians just don't care. They don't care. You know why? Because as soon as the money goes from the government to the arms dealers, which are basically also the government, that's it. That's all that matters, okay? As soon as the money's changed hands, we're good. Whether the javelin ends up on the moon or in Zimbabwe or Syria, it makes no difference. They don't care. So just going back to this very peculiar website. It's called Thief, by the way, right? Thief. So the location of it said it's in Kiev, right? And it's 30,000 a piece. I'm wondering how many pieces do these guys have? So it was also posted by ASP. They posted screenshots of this. They say they're selling javelins on the dark net, and the command of the armed forces of Ukraine resells equipment and weapons supplied by NATO to the Middle East and North Africa. Again, I don't know if I can't confirm this independently, but that's what they're saying on ABS. On ASP. They're generally straight. And you know what this reminded me of? Well, several things, and they're not good. A few weeks ago, this article appeared. This is what Interpol is saying, right? So this was published in AA. They said, Interpol fears weapons delivery to Ukraine will end up on the black market. Wow. You think? That's very attentive of you. So Interpol have expressed serious concern about the delivery of small and heavy weapons to Ukraine that can end up in the hands of criminals in Europe. The head of the agency, the head of Interpol, Jürgen Stock, urged countries supplying military equipment to Kiev to focus on tracing mechanisms. So, weapons, for example, they have a serial number. When you buy a gun or a rifle, they always have a serial number. Obviously, what criminals do is they just file it off. Now, in addition to that, you can, of course, trace with ballistics and forensics, you can match a bullet to a barrel. But again, no one has time to do this in a war zone. This idea of serial numbers, but you don't have these resources, right? I'm just trying to say that those are tracing mechanisms, in case you don't know what they're referring to. Tracing arms, where they come from and where they go. So, quote, the wide availability of weapons during the current conflict will lead to the proliferation of illicit weapons in the post-conflict phase. Stock, who's the head of the agency, feared the pilferage of arms and armaments by criminals in the EU's black market as prices of guns are higher there. Several European countries, including France and Germany, along with the US, have delivered high-end defense equipment, artillery munitions, and guns to help Ukraine defend its territory and fight Russian forces. The concern comes after US armed forces exited Afghanistan in 2021, following 2 decades of war, and left huge amounts of military equipment which eventually fell into the hands of the Taliban. Stock said the heavy military weapons will be available on the criminal market. Well, ISIS also. You remember those videos and those photos of columns of ISIS trucks coming into to take major Iraqi cities, Mosul, and just a few kilometers outside Baghdad. They were all over the place, and it's menacing, of course. But if you look closely at these ISIS types, they're wearing American boots. That guy has an American weapon. They're driving Humvees, right? Which is the military version of the Hummer. So they are using American equipment. They're wearing American surplus. And what happened is basically ISIS had succeeded in massacring, I should say, a lot of the Iraqi security forces, which had been given equipment by the Americans. Why do you think the Iraqi army, man, you need to understand something. I swear to God, I'm going a little bit off on a tangent, but not really. The reason you had so much military equipment in Iraq for ISIS to take, it's not just because, ISIS were good fighters and they raided the base. Yeah, what was it doing there in the first place? Money! Money! Do you understand? Whenever the United States invades a country, it's not just making, weapons from the money. It's not just about making money from the weapons sales. It's also making money in the reconstruction. Do you understand? The quote-unquote reconstruction, which, sorry, we can't leave. We have to stay here like another year. There's ISIS. You see those guys over there? You don't want us to leave, do you? Do you? You wouldn't want that. Come on. And then another year, and they end up staying 20 years. How much money do you think the Americans have made training and equipping the infamous Afghan army, which collapsed in 2 weeks, right? And within 2 weeks, the Taliban had taken Kabul. Same thing in Iraq. They all have U.S. military gear. This is money. Lots of money. Do you understand? Every pair of boots, every guy, every soldier is money. Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And the weapons, don't even get me started on the weapons. So the United States creates power vacuums, meaning groups like ISIS can take over, criminal gangs can take over, extremists can take over, and then they come in to fight those extremists that they created by selling more weapons and more money, more arms to the state security apparatus, which they of course control. Right? I wouldn't exactly describe the Iraqi government as being free of American influence, unfortunately. Now, obviously with Ukraine, I've warned you about this, man. I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if you start seeing these weapons spreading all over Europe. And more importantly, just like Al-Qaeda spread from Afghanistan and Pakistan in the Khyber Pass and Peshawar areas where Maktab al-Khadamat was, the recruiting office basically, but Maktab al-Khadamat translates to bureau service, right? Or services bureau. Just like Al-Qaeda spread from that area all the way to Syria, to Iraq, to Yemen, I would not be surprised if you see groups like Azov spreading from Ukraine all over Europe. Man, I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. And with them, the weapons. With them, the weapons. So, you know, when you see something like this javelin, which is, by the way, a javelin, for those of you who don't know, generally speaking, it's an anti-tank weapon. It's a handheld anti-tank weapon, right? So, you can hold it. One person can hold and operate it, and yeah. So my point is, yes, it's really, you know, it generates clicks to see. Oh, look! Oh my God, a javelin for sale on the internet for 30,000. Yeah, and you know what? That javelin is bringing with it a lot of other misery and death and destruction. That's the problem, man. This is just the start. It's just the beginning. You won't see most of this on the internet. You won't see these transactions. You won't see these groups as they grow happening on the internet or on TV. Just before you know it, you're going to have like an Azov, you know, spin-off or variant somewhere else in Europe or somewhere else in the world. Who the hell knows at this rate, right? But here's another issue. Libya. I told you guys why they got rid of Gaddafi, right? The official story that they tell you on TV to brainwash you into supporting the West bombing other countries and killing people and destroying their countries is that, oh, he's a dictator, right? So, I mean, even if you bought that story, what NATO did to Libya is far worse. So if you care about Libya, that's the rubbish. That's the fake propaganda they tell you. Oh, he's a dictator. Oh, he's this and that, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't mean he's perfect, but the real reason they got Gaddafi is because of the gold, right? So he wanted to use the 143 tons of gold in the Libyan central bank, which Hillary Clinton was talking about in her emails, coincidentally, to create a new currency, which would have undermined the US dollar and the French CFA franc. So both the French and the Americans saw this, and they're like, you're messing with our money. This is the red line. We are coming to get you. And remember that when they tell you NATO is a defensive alliance. Right? They're in Libya, bombing a construction facility for the great man-made river. Sure, very defensive. After they got rid of Gaddafi, what happens? You have all these weapons lying around in Libya. Again, I told you before, Gaddafi was really anti-imperialist, man. Anybody that he saw fighting, you know, the British, fighting these European colonial powers, he would just send them boatloads, literally boatloads in boats of weapons and money, right? And this guy had huge, ammo caches and weapon caches. So the CIA, which helped to overthrow Gaddafi, they looked at Libya and they said, wow, this is great. You know what we're going to do with these weapons? We're going to send them to Syria, to Al-Qaeda and groups that are working with Al-Qaeda to overthrow Bashar al-Assad, right? So there was a famous article in the New York Times, and I believe the title was The Death of a Secret $1 Billion War. Yes? Here we go. This is August 2017 that it was published, and it says, behind the sudden death of $1 billion secret CIA war in Syria. And so what they talk about here is Operation Timber Sycamore, okay? And Operation Timber Sycamore is exactly what I explained to you now. It's the rat line where the CIA and their contacts and their friends and assets were funneling all of these weapons that, you know, they suddenly had at their disposal in Libya all the way to Syria and making sure that they fell into the right hands, right? Officially, they tell you, no, we never armed any rebels. No. We only gave them radios. We gave them non-lethal aid. Look, we gave them plasters, right? We promise you, these guys are not extremists. And even if they were, don't worry, it's just radios. Yeah, okay, you're very funny. So they were giving literally all these weapons, from pistols to, rifles to you name it. And then they claim that Donald Trump gets elected and he ends the program. I don't know what that really means, because you're departing from the premise that the CIA only has one rat line program from Libya to Syria, and that assumes that the CIA is not doing anything in Syria, which is obviously untrue. They're still trying to get rid of Assad. And by the way, even if this is true, Donald Trump and Mike Pompeo, what do? They put sanctions on Syria, the so-called Caesar Act sanctions. And what do these sanctions do? They starve Syrians. That's why my cousins call me and they say they have to wait 2-3 hours to get one bag of bread. Or they have to wait 2 days in the fucking gas station. Can you imagine leaving your car in a queue 48 hours to get gas? No, you can't. And that's what Donald Trump and Mike Pompeo have inflicted on Syria. And it's not just them, of course. There are many other countries involved. But, they're helping to destroy the country in the end. And I just want to say that even when the West, they claim not to be arming extremists, it turns out to be a lie. Because all of these weapons were going to extremists in Syria. They were going to terrorists, and the CIA knew about it. And just like right now, the U.S. has a ban, quote unquote, on arming the Azov battalion. Do you know what they would do? Like, this is typical American illegal fuckery. The United States will go and say, like, well, we didn't give them the weapons. We just told them coordinates of where they might find weapons. So technically, that's not arming. Or that group is called Azov Plus, and technically, that's not Azov. So we armed them. This is exactly the kind of crap that they would do. Not that they would have to actually appear anywhere and justify that, because it would be kept secret, of course. But this is exactly how I imagine the CIA's lawyers trying to go through this, if they actually care to. But this is really how they do it. And here, this article on the Mirror. They say that Ukraine criminals are selling American missiles on the dark web. Pro-Russian media claims. Again, I'm not sure what the point of that is. Are they selling them or not? I feel like they use this to kind of denigrate or cause people to suspect the veracity of the story, right? Because which is really sick that they've conditioned people to thinking Russia is a bad word, Iran is a bad word. Like, oh, it's pro-Iranian media saying that. Like, as if that it necessarily implies something bad or untrustworthy, right? So they say it's unverified. They're not denying it in the Mirror. And the reason I'm showing this to you is, of course, the language lesson in the title, but also on top of it, that they are trying in some cases to discredit what's happening and the negative effects of the weapons flowing into Ukraine. Because right now, they don't want you to question the arms shipments, right? When Rand Paul did that, they said, oh, he's helping Putin. For what? Asking for verification? For someone to just check where the money's going? Where the weapons are going? Are you crazy? Like, you're sending $40 billion and you don't want any oversight? Yeah. You're a Putin puppet if you ask for that. And so right now, if you say there are weapons going to Ukraine that are falling into criminals' hands, there are weapons being sold on the dark web. Oh, that's pro-Russian media saying that. You don't want to trust them. Nothing bad is happening. Everything is perfect. Just say Putin bad and shut up. Don't ask any questions, man. Fox, here's what they say. U.S. officials push back on reports of dark web Javelin missiles, calling it Russian disinformation. Shall we watch this, guys? I'm not sure if this Fox, usually they don't always put the same video. Let's see if this is the correct one. Let's go. I don't think it is. No, but the article, in any case, is certainly from Fox, and they're saying underneath that U.S. officials have deemed reports of Javelin missiles being sold on the dark web as further Russian disinformation. So, again, quote, we have no evidence that corroborates this claim, according to the Pentagon spokesman Eric Pahone. In addition, the source cited is a known Russian propaganda and disinformation network. Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about. Look what the Pentagon is saying. Look at the quote. Read that again. We have no evidence that corroborates this claim. He's not saying it's not true. You think he's saying that. And this is how they screw people. I'm trying to underscore this point because, like I said, I'm covering Julian Assange's extradition. I covered Mendoza's extradition. And you start, I cover politics for a living. And you start to understand how they speak, right? It's like the Matrix. You can read the code. Excuse me. And this is what is basically the government not denying it, but giving you the impression that it's not true. Okay? Because if it wasn't true, they would just say it's not true. But they don't want you to come back and say, oh, you denied it and blah, blah, blah. So Biden has pledged billions of dollars, we know that, and adding another $700 million package this week. Sorry, I clicked on that by accident. Adding another $700 million package this week that included 1,000 Javelin rockets. The U.S. has already provided 5,500 Javelins to Ukraine, a number that at one point threatened to diminish sufficient stockpiles for its own war plans. Incredible. The State Department told Fox News that it consistently monitors any reports of alleged diversion of U.S. origin defense equipment anywhere and takes any allegations of potential weapons diversions seriously. Again, they just talk about Russian disinformation, but let me tell you something, man. Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, don't even get me started on Central and Latin America. The Americans know exactly where these weapons are going and the risks associated with it. They have people whose job it is to come in the morning and write down what the risks are of sending these weapons and whose hands they might fall into, and is it worth the trouble, etc. What's the desired outcome? Can we achieve that desired outcome? They have people whose jobs it is to calculate this stuff. They're not stupid. They're not stupid, and there is a reason that we keep seeing American weapons, not only American weapons, but aid, specifically military aid, making money for the military-industrial complex, and then on top of it, ending up in the hands of criminals. I want to show you something else. So, I can't confirm that this is true, but there's a website, okay, in Turkish. They're saying that the anti-tank weapons and assault rifles sent by Western countries to Ukraine came out of Syria. Okay, so this Javelin, they're saying someone in Idlib sold it or is selling it. Do you understand? Like, it's not a Javelin that went from the United States to Ukraine and then somebody put it up for sale on the dark web. No. This was sent from Syria to Ukraine, which I don't even know what to say. I'm really just like stunned at this point, you know. It's almost comical, you know, if it weren't so sad. So they're saying that the arms dealer states he bought from Ukrainian commanders and brought the weapons to Syria's Idlib region, quoting a price of $15,000 for anti-tank weapons, including the US-made Javelin. It's very confusing because at one second they say they was brought from Idlib to Syria, from Idlib to Ukraine, and then the other way around. The other thing I wanted to say, I've never seen or heard of javelins being used in Syria, so I'm a bit confused why they would be there. I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. You see all kinds of weapons, man. You got people with a K-98 Mauser from World War I, you know, running around. It's hilarious in a sense, but I think because the translation is not so well done, I think what happened is probably went from Ukraine to Syria. That's more realistic. again, arms dealer living in Idlib, which is under the control of the jihadist Hayat Tahrir al-Sham organization. That's Al-Qaeda. It just means Al-Qaeda, HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Offered the weapons he procured from Ukraine for sale via Telegram. Okay, so I think I understood the story now. Look, he's taking selfies with the javelins. Oh man, this is so nuts. Oh my god, man. It's like, it's real. Look, see? It's a real javelin. I'm real. Okay, so this is what's going on. This guy bought them from Ukraine, and now he's reselling them 15,000 a piece from Idlib. So again, where is Idlib on a map? Let me show you. Idlib is excuse me, it's in northern Syria. Christ, what is wrong with this stupid map? Here. There's Idlib. It's both a city and a governorate. More importantly, what is Idlib? Idlib is under control of terrorists, right? So, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is Al-Qaeda. And, Turkey is basically supporting, or at best enabling them. Once again, this is what happens when you turn countries, you make them lawless. Guys, just please excuse me 1 second. I really need to get some water. I'll be right back. Just 1 second. Sorry.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. The number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear words.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment.
All right, we're back. We're back. Those of you waiting while I go catch a breather to get a break, you are the MVPs. So, okay. We were talking about Idlib. I'm not surprised that this arms dealer who bought the javelins from Ukraine and now wants to resell them, I'm not surprised he's in Idlib, right here in northern Syria on the border with Turkey. You know why? Because Idlib is where you have Al-Qaeda. It's where you have 10, 20, 30,000 terrorist fighters. You know, estimates range between 10 and 30,000. 5,000 of them are Uyghurs, by the way, right? They're from a terrorist group that Trump removed from the terrorist list. Interesting, huh? And so it's a Wild West. They're using the Turkish currency now in Idlib. Can you imagine? This is Syrian soil, and they're using Turkish currency. And all the ISIS leaders are killed right there, right next to Turkey, 2 miles from Turkish-controlled territory. 3 miles. Go look it up. Look up Qurayshi, look up Baghdadi, where they were killed. So, it's a well-known fact that Turkey is enabling these terrorists in Idlib. And even though you have many groups, the dominating group, the one in charge that's running things, that's implementing its own courts, all this sort of stuff, it's HTS in English, or in Arabic, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is a rebranding of Jabhat al-Nusra, which is a rebranding of Al-Qaeda. It's Al-Qaeda. So I'm not surprised that this javelin found its way to Idlib, if this is true, of course. I can't independently myself confirm it, but I love how the guy's taking a selfie to, prove the authenticity. So M16s, those are American rifles, and that's NATO ammunition, 5.56. It was standard, Actually, I wonder sometimes why they're still using the M16, because the M16 was notorious during Vietnam for jamming. It was really unreliable. I'm assuming they just you build a plane, you build a weapon. There are always new variants of it coming out, of course, with improvements. Maybe they improved it, but the M4 was supposed to be the replacement as the standard issue rifle for that. So anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. I'm sure another fellow weapons geek will probably explain it in the comments. But I want to say something just to be clear. Just because a javelin ends up in Idlib does not necessarily mean it came from Ukraine. You have to consider that possibility, because there's so many weapons that came into Syria thanks to the CIA, thanks to Saudi Arabia, thanks to Turkey, that anything is possible. Literally anything is possible. That, unfortunately, they've turned Syria into a Wild West. They've destroyed Syria. We have to consider that this story simply might not be true. But at the end of the day, the notion that weapons being sent right now to Ukraine by the West will someday end up on the dark web or be sold to criminals or sold to terrorists or given to terrorists. This is 99.9% sure, right? Again, just think of the quantity here. They sent 40 billion to Ukraine, and half of that was just for weapons. That's in addition to the $800 million there and this package over here. And in addition, the lend-lease. As the name implies, Ukraine can lend and lease as many weapons as it wants. It's unlimited, right? Of course, there are conditions and so on, but you understand my point. There's so many weapons going to Ukraine. I'm stunned. I don't even know how they can use them all. I'm really... How can you look at this and not see that this is a proxy war? I mean, what on earth are you doing? Why are you even talking about international politics, man? Yes, this is happening in Ukraine. It's not just about Ukraine. It's about NATO using Ukraine to mess with Russia. They're literally throwing everything, at the Russians, the kitchen sink included. What more do you need? And of course, in addition to all the death, the destruction, the poor refugees, all the people in Ukraine who are civilians, who have literally nothing to do with these decisions, who don't care about politics, who just want to live a normal life, they have been now swallowed and dragged into this war, their lives and their country turned upside down, just so some weapons dealers could make some money, just so some people in the CIA and the State Department and, the places where real power is wielded could mess with Russia, could try and maintain US influence. And that is, again, that's the first casualty, the primary casualty, and we're just scratching the surface here. There's much more to come, unfortunately. When the CIA were arming the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, and again, this was during the Cold War from 79 to 89. The Soviets were in Afghanistan and the CIA were arming the Mujahideen with Stinger missiles. So the Javelin today, by the way, they're still giving Ukrainian Stingers, but the Javelin today has sort of kind of, you know, taken the Stinger's place as the flashy, you know, American weapon that's helping them defeat the Russians. My point is that back then, the Americans at least tried concealing that they were, you know, fighting a proxy war and arming the Mujahideen. But I don't know how many people, probably a good chunk, I don't know how many people back then could have predicted that the Mujahideen would then spawn Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, and then Al-Qaeda would go and spawn Al-Qaeda in Iraq and Syria and Yemen and so on. And all these people killed. You know, even, you know, it's really nuts to think that when my school was blown up, like right next to the Egyptian embassy, when I was in Pakistan, the same people behind that, you know, blew up my classroom, killed I don't know how many people in the Egyptian embassy. The same people behind that were also behind the bombs, you know, and the mortars that my cousins in Syria suffered through. And it's the same people behind this. Violence, violence, violence. Endless violence. Worldwide, global violence. And this, to me, is terrorism. You know, when you give money to unlimited amounts of money to people that you know are extremists, are white supremacists, are religious extremists, whoever, whether it's the whether it's the Mujahideen, whether it's Al-Qaeda, literally Al-Qaeda in Syria, or Nazis. It's one Nazi too many. And let me be clear, because you have people who are still in denial. Okay, for the people in denial, let's say not a single Nazi is getting hold of these weapons. That still does not mitigate the risk that these weapons will fall into hands of criminals. You can't avoid this. There's simply too many weapons, and no one cares to even trace them. And when someone like Rand Paul wanted oversight, they told them to go away. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is at best irresponsibility of the highest order. I can't say anything else. I really can't say anything else. Calling it irresponsible is an understatement. What an understatement, seriously. So, you know, the US officials at the State Department and the Pentagon saying, oh, that picture of a Javelin isn't real. I don't care. Even if it isn't real, this is reckless, and you're guaranteeing that criminals and terrorists will get hold of these weapons. In some cases, perhaps intentionally, you know, given what the CIA is and what it's done. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so give me a second. I'm going to move on to the next topic. One moment. Okay. There was a video I saw of Biden talking about Ukraine. Hold on, here it is. It's this one. So there was a video that I saw of Joe Biden saying that Ukraine, or rather the headline saying that you know, Biden wants Ukraine to potentially give Russia land in a negotiated settlement. Let's watch this video and listen to what Biden's saying, because it doesn't, in my opinion, really match the headline. Let's take a look.
Mr. President, does Ukraine have to cede territory to achieve some peace?
You know, you've been always fair with me. From the beginning, I've said, and not everyone's agreed with me, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. It's their territory. I'm not going to tell them what they should and shouldn't do. But it appears to me that at some point along the line, there's going to have to be a negotiated settlement here. And what that entails, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows at the time. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to put the Ukrainians in a position where they can defend themselves.
I don't know, man. It's a little weird to me because I feel like it's the reporter who said that, and then they're saying that Biden, confirmed it.
President, does Ukraine have to cede territory?
See, the guy asking the question says, does Ukraine have to cede territory to achieve some peace? The captions are a bit wrong.
To achieve some peace.
You know, and you've been always fair with me. From the beginning, I've said, and not everyone's agreed with me, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. It's their territory. I'm not going to tell them what they should and shouldn't do. But it appears to me that at some point along the line, there's going to have to be a negotiated settlement here. And what that entails, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
Well, I really don't know what to tell you guys. He's basically he's not ruling out, but he's not saying yes either. He says, he's sort of implying it, right? There's going to have to be a negotiated settlement, and I don't know what that entails. I guess he's implying it, but he's not explicitly saying it. Here, let's take a look at this from the White House, okay? Although, pay attention. This video that I just showed you from Biden is from June 3rd. This one, the one I'm about to show you, is from March 29th, just so you understand, okay?
The British Prime Minister said today that they won't accept anything less than a full withdrawal of all Russian forces from Ukrainian territory. Does President Biden share that view that reduced military activity is not enough?
Well, we are going to allow the Ukrainians to execute on these negotiations. It's not our role to begin the negotiation. Again, our role is to strengthen Ukraine on the battlefield, to try to strengthen Ukraine at the negotiating table by applying these sanctions and costs to Russia. But I'm not going to prejudge or predetermine an outcome for that conversation.
Right. So they're saying underneath that the White House communications director, Bedingfield, that said that Ukraine will decide for itself whether to give up territory to end Russia's invasion, declining to embrace a British stance that all Russian troops must leave. Well, I mean, I don't know why they dwell on these hypotheticals, but just to make this clear, what they're referring to when they ask this question is, well, several things, actually. It's not just Russia, because, Russia recognized those two breakaway republics. And, when we talk about DPR and LPR, it actually goes past the regions that, hold on, in the oblast. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. Yeah, you see, it goes past the regions that were already held. Take a look. So the ones that are, again, this is from the start, right? We're talking from start of the war. The ones that are in light pink, that's DPR and LPR held areas. And what the Russians were recognizing, it wasn't clear. Do they mean just these held areas, or really the proper drawn out borders? So that's one area where people are thinking, well, does Ukraine have to cede that? What's the settlement going to look like? Does Ukraine have to recognize these republics? What's going to happen? Now, keep in mind, these are, republics that are not recognized as member states by the UN. Most countries on Earth do not recognize the LPR and DPR. Just side note, I found it funny how quickly Syria was to recognize them. Like, they just want to... They're completely behind Russia. Look, I think... just because you're Syrian doesn't mean you have to completely support everything Russia does. I understand, though, but that a lot of Syrians feel that Russia is owed a debt of gratitude for saving Syria from Al-Qaeda, from NATO, and so on. But still, you can thank Russia for doing that, and at the same time exercise nuance in regards to Ukraine. So I'm just saying, in terms of territory, when people say, what territory does Ukraine have to cede? These are two areas that are still completely unknown. What's going to happen? So LPR and DPR. So Crimea is another one. By the way, LPR and DPR, for those of you who don't know what they stand for, is Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic. Now, Crimea, right? Crimea, this is, if I recall correctly, when there was still a Soviet Union, Russia gave it to Ukraine. So originally it is Russian, and this is in the 50s, I think. And in 2014, the Russians, they got into a lot of trouble for de facto annexing it. Although, again, Russians would not view that as annexing it. They view it as their land. I'm just telling you the points of view, the different points of view, because, internationally, the peninsula, Crimea, is recognized as Ukrainian. And even in Russia, you're not going to find everybody who supports the idea of, Crimea being Russian. But I'm just telling you that originally, if I'm not mistaken, in the Cold War, it switched to Ukraine. It was given to Ukraine. Anyway, my point is that Crimea is another area where, it's not really clear, does Ukraine get it back? And that's from 2014. As a matter of fact, the blowback from this in 2014 regarding Crimea is what caused Russia to start de-dollarizing its reserves, because they realized, oh crap, they're threatening to put Russia under severe sanctions to remove our banks from SWIFT, all this stuff. And so the Russians started, they started basically buying less dollars and selling their dollars to make sure that, their foreign exchange reserves weren't completely made up of dollars, which they then wouldn't be able to use. And also, they started developing their own alternative to the SWIFT. So we have LPR, DPR, Crimea, and let's look at the current positions right now of Russian forces. So, as you know, the map is constantly changing every day. Now, however, we see the... here you go. You see that the Russian and Russian-backed forces are generally concentrated in the south and in the east of the country, right? You see nothing around Kiev anymore, or Kharkiv. So the question is now, what's going to happen? Is it just about LPR and DPR? Is it about Crimea? Or what about this? Are the Russians ever going to leave from here? So I honestly, I don't think anyone predicted or knew where how far the Russians are going to get. So my guess is that when people ask these questions to Biden, or they ask the White House press secretary about Ukraine, quote unquote, having a settlement where they would cede territory, usually they're referring to these three issues. These are the most prominent things. So again, internationally speaking, this is Ukraine. Crimea, this is Ukraine. LPR, DPR, that's Ukraine. And on the Russian side, Crimea is Russian, always belonged to them. Keep in mind, by the way, it gives them bigger access to the Black Sea, right? So I think that's also very important to keep in mind, but it's not the only reason. And the Russians have already recognized 2 breakaway republics. So you might get a clearer picture with this map. This is a lot clearer. Luhansk, Donetsk, Crimea. What happens to these territories? What happens? We have to see, man. We have to see. I understand the Ukrainians. Absolutely. Absolutely. When it comes to Syria, for example, and this is what frustrates me so much, is that, you have Wolf Blitzer on CNN asking Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, if he will recognize Syria's Golan Heights as Syrian, right? Basically, he's asking if the Biden administration will roll back Trump's decision to recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital and Syria's occupied Golan Heights as Israeli. And let's talk about the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights have been occupied since 1967 by Israel. You have, I can't even count how many UN Security Council resolutions that say very clearly Israel must withdraw. Israel annexing the Golan Heights, the Syrian Golan Heights. Israel annexing Jerusalem. The UN said Null and void. We don't recognize this. Get out. And so it's extremely frustrating that the Americans, they're happy to keep Trump's policies. You see how dirty they are? They love everything Trump. Trump was such a fucking blessing for the State Department. You have no idea. I keep repeating this. People just don't get it. Man, everything that Trump did in foreign policy, the Biden administration, any administration right now, would have loved to do. But he did it for them. He catches any potential flack, and they just quietly, take the reins and don't change a thing because they're fine with it. All the sanctions, all the Abraham Accords, everything, all these favors he did for Israel. It's incredible. So sorry for the tangent, but just going back, I understand the Ukrainians' position. Excuse me, of having their country chopped up in 15 pieces. It's horrible, right? I look at a map of Syria, I see Israel in the Golan Heights. I see the United States in the northeast occupying the oil. I see another U.S. base in Al Tanaf. I see Turkey in Idlib. And then, of course, Al-Qaeda also in Idlib. And they're using Turkish currency there, like de facto annexed already, It's heartbreaking, and you look at that and, you wonder when is that going to end? In regards to Syria, of course, I think what will happen when things settle down, Syria will still be Syria, right? I don't think the territory is going to change. And that also includes Israel occupying the Golan Heights. But I think, hopefully, the Americans will leave, Turkey will leave. And it's so funny, you also have people who call the Iranians and the Russians occupiers. No, they're not occupiers. They were invited legally, not illegally. They're not invaders. They're not occupying anything. I'm sorry, when you walk down the street in Damascus, do you see Iranian forces? Do you see Iranian checkpoints or Russian checkpoints? No. When the Americans, on the other hand, are at the oil bases, at the oil wells, stealing the oil and funneling it with tankers into Iraq. Out in the open. They don't even care to hide it. Plundering and occupying. So, in any case, I just wanted to go back to Ukraine and say I understand the Ukrainians. Their point of view. It's really messed up. And this is, of course, in addition to the destruction and to the war and the refugees. It's horrible. It's horrible, man. It's really horrible. I really worry, because when you see this kind of like blood, this bloodlust, this capitalist greed, like let's send as many weapons as possible, let's make as much money as possible, they're not interested in ending the war. So, no matter how wrong Russia is, how do you reconcile that with people that are just hell-bent on prolonging the war as long as possible just to make money? How do you reconcile the two? How do you solve that? It's terrible. And my gut feeling, although I could be wrong, I don't think that any potential settlement will include LPR and DPR, maybe Crimea, but we'll see. This is pure speculation. And, the only thing that we can all wish for is a swift, immediate end to the war so, people can live. All right. Let me show you something here that's going to make you chuckle, maybe. You see that? How many of you can read Spanish? Translate the headline. There you go. I'm going to click on translate and we'll go through it in English. It's a very short article. It's not too long. But There we go. Okay, the translation is terrible. I'm just going to tell you what's up. Sometimes Google does that, you know. So the Audiencia Nacional in Spain has summoned Mike Pompeo, the former U.S. Secretary of State under Trump, and they want Pompeo to testify in a case against UC Global. So UC Global is the Spanish security company that did security for the Ecuadorian embassy in London, where Assange was for 7 years. And guess what? The CIA, and of course Mike Pompeo, remember, he wasn't Secretary of State only, he was he's also former head of CIA. The Americans were spying on Assange through this company. So this company was, you know, it did security, but it was also a sort of a shell company for the Americans just to spy on Assange. They had cameras inside the embassy. They installed secret microphones, directional microphones, all of this stuff. And when I was in London, I remember I was during the Assange extradition hearing, I was sitting inside the court in the Old Bailey, and I'm sitting next to Fidel Narvaez, who was the consul, the Ecuadorian consul, diplomat in the embassy, knows Assange very well. And we're sitting together, and then in the court, they said, we're going to move on now to the spying inside the embassy. And we both just chuckled, you know, like, here we go. Oh, man. And you had two employees from UC Global, from this security company, that testified anonymously, we didn't know their names, about what they did. It's all there. They said, we spied on Assange. We talked about maybe kidnapping. We talked about leaving the door open to facilitate the kidnapping. Maybe poisoning him. Stealing a diaper from one of those babies that Stella Morris was bringing in because we thought it might be Assange's child. You know, putting the data on hard disks. Sometimes the head of the company, David Morales, would fly to the United States and give them the hard disk. You know, all sorts of intricate details about how they were spying on Assange. Like, really incredible stuff. And this is these two guys that testified. They were actually also testifying in this case in Spain because the head of the company is Spanish. The company is Spanish, and the Spanish authorities arrested David Morales. That's his name, and I think one of them is a gun charge here, and so they're prosecuting him now in Spain, and of course, the spying in the embassy is of particular concern. That's him, David Morales, the head of the Spanish security company that spied on Assange. And he was very happy about working for the Americans. You know, there are some chat messages, some text messages where he was saying, you know, in so many words like, oh, it's Uncle Sam, you know, that we're working for, when someone asked, what is the job? So very happy to work for the Americans. And of course, working for the Americans, dealing with Mike Pompeo, right? Mike Pompeo had really a grudge against Assange because Assange leaked CIA documents, right? Well, not leaked. One of the leaks published by WikiLeaks was Vault 7. It's fascinating. You should really go read it. It's basically a bunch of CIA documents on how to get into airports. You know, they'd have like a guide on some airport in some country on how to pass the security in, you know, undercover, not how to do it without blowing your cover, where, you know, all sorts of intricate details about posing as a normal person when actually being undercover. And so, and their tech abilities also, their 0 days, exploits that they would collect. They were spying on other agencies, really nuts. And because WikiLeaks published that in 2017, Pompeo had like a particular grudge against Assange. And it's while he was Secretary of State, it's while the Trump administration was in power that they launch this indictment against Assange. And again, keep in mind, they're not prosecuting Assange for any of this stuff that I just mentioned. They're going after Assange for the Iraq files, the Afghanistan files, and the Guantanamo Bay files. Right? Which, I mean, it's like, it's so obvious that they're just mad he showed war crimes. He exposed their war crimes. In any case, Mike Pompeo, the Spanish judiciary, wants him to come testify now because he is the one that helped run this entire affair. Yeah, there you go, Mike Pompeo. And of course, Mike Pompeo said a very important phrase. He gave a speech in 2017, I believe it was, and he used this term. He said WikiLeaks is a non-state hostile intelligence agency, right? A non-state hostile intelligence agency. So he coined this phrase, this term about WikiLeaks, basically declaring war on WikiLeaks, right? Like you are a hostile entity, and we don't view you as a publication, and we're coming after you. And I don't think that Pompeo or the State Department, the Americans are not going to respond to this request for Pompeo to come testify. Never. Not in a million years. I mean, I would be surprised if they did, but the chance is slim. The Americans don't like anyone holding them accountable because they think that they're above the law and they're above international law. And they always talk about international norms, right? Very interesting phrase they use. And Assange's case, I mean, you saw there were elections in Australia. There's a new government in Australia. I wanted to show you the new foreign minister. That's her, the new Australian foreign minister, right? So her name is Penny Wong. And she was asked about Assange on the 3rd of June, right here. So the journalist Carvelas says, okay, just finally on Julian Assange, as opposition leader, Anthony Albanese declared Assange's incarceration in the UK, pending his extradition to the US, where he faces spying charges, had gone on long enough, and he wanted him freed. Is this now the government's position? And the foreign minister says, the prime minister has expressed that it's hard to see what is served by keeping Mr. Assange incarcerated, and expressed a view that it's time for the case to be brought to an end. What I'd say is that the Australian government, actually under both parties, has consistently raised the issues associated with Mr. Assange and his incarceration with the US and the UK. And then Carvelas says, will you be more active in that space now that you are the government? And the foreign minister replies, well, I think the prime minister has asked this in Tokyo and made the point that his position is not all foreign affairs is best done with a loud hailer, and I will be taking that advice. That's a funny phrase. Not all foreign policy is best done with a loud hailer. If I could be completely honest, it doesn't inspire much confidence, right? What does that mean? Like, we're gonna talk to the Americans privately and ask them to, to free Assange, pretty please? I don't know. I think actually Assange's case, the only way is to do it with a loud hailer. So I just want to show you again the direct quote from the Prime Minister. Same phrase, all right? This is in the Sydney Morning Herald. Give me a second. Actually, I wanted a video of it. I'm not sure anyone found it. Give me a second.
bit loud, Michael.
So here we go.
You haven't done.
So here's the newly elected Australian Prime Minister, and he's asked about Julian Assange, who is an Australian citizen, right? And let's take a look at what he had to say.
I'm just wondering in the short term, is this going to be a priority for you moving forward, given the pressures that's
Of course, cost of living is a priority.
Prime Minister, on foreign affairs, you've previously raised concerns about the charges against Julian Assange, saying enough's enough. And a couple of weeks ago, Senator Wong said if elected, you would encourage the US government to bring this matter to a close. As Prime Minister, is it now your position that the US should be encouraged to drop the charges against Mr Assange? And have you made any representations to that effect yet?
My position is that not all foreign affairs is best done with the loudhailer.
A few times through the campaign, you said that your starting point for your ministry would be people that were in their positions would stay in those positions. This is a bit.
What does that mean?
More of a substantial.
That's not looking good, man. That's not looking good. I know some people would like to, give him credit for standing up for Assange. That doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. And government backbencher Julian Hill, who's a member of the bipartisan Bring Julian Assange Home parliamentary group, on Twitter attacked the use of weasel words. I think that's a good way to describe what Albanese just said. Those are weasel words. He says, quote, "I hope one of the first acts of our new cabinet will be to speak up for our fellow citizen and demand the US government drop the shameful prosecution of Julian Assange. Loudly and clearly, no weasel words." Diplomacy may be quiet or loud, but in this case, it's the results that matter. Assange's life is at stake. He should not be deported and the charges should be dropped. I'd hope our new government will have something clear and firm to say regarding the principles of press freedom. Jennifer Robinson, who's on Assange's legal team, said, "We call on the Albanese government to do what previous Australian governments have not, to do the right thing for free speech, for human rights, and for this Australian citizen." So Robinson, she's also Australian. She's a very famous lawyer. And of course, as the paragraph says, the WikiLeaks founder is in Belmarsh prison and is set to learn his fate within the next 3 weeks when the UK's Home Secretary Priti Patel is due to decide whether to order his extradition to the United States per instruction by the British courts. So, the last Australian government, do you know what they said about Assange? So the previous foreign minister, her name was Marise Payne. And I remember putting together a little comparison. Okay, so these are statements from the former Australian foreign minister. Take a look at this. I love how the font and everything is like exactly the same. You can literally see a one-to-one comparison. So for Alexei Navalny, he say, Australia is deeply concerned by Russian authorities' arrest and subsequent sentencing of Navalny to 2 years and 8 months imprisonment. The European Court of Human Rights concluded that Mr. Navalny's 2014 conviction, which is used for grounds of his current detention, was unlawful and politically motivated. We call for Mr. Navalny's immediate and unconditional release. Now here's the Australian Foreign Ministry on Julian Assange. We note the UK court's decision in relation to the application to extradite Mr. Julian Assange to the US, which the court has made on the grounds of his mental health and consequent suicide risk. Australia is not a party to the case and will continue to respect the ongoing legal process, including the UK justice system's considerations of application for release or any appeals. We have made 19 offers of consular assistance to Mr. Assange since 2019 that have gone unanswered. We will continue to offer consular support. I've heard that this is completely untrue, the last line. But do you see the difference in rhetoric? Do you see the difference in tone, the difference in language, the difference in how they approach this? You know, for a Russian guy, they say, oh, we called for his immediate release. And then for Assange, who's one of theirs, right? He's an Australian citizen. He's a compatriot. They say, hey, man, we got nothing to do with this legal process. We're staying out of it. And look at what they say, the verb, when his extradition was blocked, right? They say, we note the decision. So not even, we're glad that the extradition was blocked. No, just we note. We note. And again, just to be very clear, this is in 2021, right? So January 2021, the extradition was blocked because of health grounds. Because the judge found U.S. prisons are so horrible, and the suicide risk, together can't extradite him. She agreed with everything political, though. Right, basically criminalizing journalism. And now we're in 2022. The British courts have said ship him off. Send him to the U.S. because Assange lost in the High Court during the appeal. So, again, I'm not going to lie, it's a complicated case, but I tried my best to explain it simply, and I have a whole playlist where I covered the Assange case and break everything down. So my point is, though, you see how before the previous government last year, this is how they would speak about Assange. They say, basically, we got nothing to do with him, and, let the British justice run its course. Well, I can tell you one thing, sitting in the court watching the British justice, I wouldn't expect much. And now in 2022, we have a new Australian government, and now they speak up a little bit more for Assange. But they don't really want to be loud. We don't want loud hailer diplomacy. What is that, man? Come on, man. You're the government now. You are the government. Where's the fire that you promised? That guy I'm talking about the Prime Minister Albanese. He was so quick to move on to the next question, right? It's like, no, okay, yep, sure. I'm worried, man. I'm worried about what's gonna happen. Honestly, man, like, I am not hopeful. I've been covering this thing since 2020. I've seen a lot of things, man, and I think they're gonna screw him. I think that Priti Patel, she's gonna sign that extradition, sign off on that extradition, and either way, even if he spends the next 20 years battling in British courts, is that not a punishment, right? I don't know many people. I've not heard of many journalists, especially, that are in a maximum security prison and they're not even serving a sentence. Sounds like a dictatorship to me, right? Threatening a journalist with like 2 centuries in jail. That sounds like a dictatorship to me. And by the way, I want to touch on something with Assange later for those of you who are interested, meaning all of you. With Assange, they want to give him 175 years in prison. If he gets convicted on all the counts, 175 years in prison. I mean, even a rapist would not go to jail for 175 years in prison. I want to be very clear, though. It's worse than that. It's worse than that, because when they get to sentencing, when they get you convicted, they have something in the United States. I haven't seen anyone touch on this, and I'm going to do this with Mendoza. He knows it because he got screwed with it. He got 6 years in prison originally, but then with the sentencing guidelines, 14 years. They more than doubled his sentence just because of the sentencing guidelines. So they will look at Assange and they'll say, well, oh, he's organizer. He's the guy, head of the organization. He's the manager. Okay, give him these many points, which translates into this many years. Oh, he was he was soliciting classified documents. He did this and that. He gave that presentation. Okay, add some more years. How do I know they're going to do this? Because they changed the indictment to add conduct. So what they did is they didn't add new charges. These are not new charges. It's just like telling a story, right? They just said, oh, well, you know, on this date, Assange was here and there was a PowerPoint presentation and he specifically asked people to hack this building and give him these documents. And on this date, Assange said this. On this date in a video, he said that. And this stuff is going to make his sentencing even harsher. So even if he gets 10 years, one count, which is already bad, they could bump it up to 20 because of the sentencing guidelines. So they even said things like, oh, well, he was working with these hackers and one of them was an FBI informant. Anyway, I am not going to get into all that right now because I'll do a separate video. But man, be careful because they're going to screw him big time, man. Big time. They are going to fuck him because they're authoritarian pigs and they're trying to make an example out of him to scare other people around the world. That's what's going on, man. That's what's going on. You know, so what, you know, Australia's government, his own government, my goodness, like the level of disrespect. They don't even respect their own country. Seriously, listen to me, man. If these politicians respected their own country, they would not allow this to happen to Assange, even if they don't like him. Even if they don't like him. They would never allow this because they're basically allowing the US to just screw Australian citizens anywhere in the world with any trumped up nonsense bogus charges and showing that they're going to sit back and accept it. It's really like they don't even have self-respect. Never mind respect for Assange. So, you guys know what happened with the Mexican president, right? Are any of you in Los Angeles?
A la cumbre.
There's a summit going on today, which I'm sure you all know. Very, very big, important summit. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. One second. We've got several people who signed up on Patreon. You guys are very kind. I want to say thank you to Liam, Corey, and Arlen. You're very kind, and we are right now at 894. We're literally 6 people away, just 6 subscribers away from hitting the goal. So thank you guys very much. This is the Biden sniffing thermometer. Basically, we are 6 members away now. It should say 894. Thank you guys very much. Again, thank you, Corey. Thank you, Arlen. And thank you, Liam. I'm going to play crab dance for you. I appreciate you. And you guys rock.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. The number 9 large.
we got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You getting nervous?
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go. Thank you guys so much. You're very, very kind. And I know there's many of you who have donated, and please forgive me if I don't get to all of your kind PayPals and super chats. I see we've got a couple over here. Just let me refresh. Geopolitical Nut says, thank you, Richard. You're an inspiration. I've learned so much more on what's going on around the world through you. Much love from Malaysia. That's lovely. Thank you. Shout out to Malaysia, and that makes me very, very happy to hear. That's really nice. So Alexandra says, but Richard, the Minsk agreements assured DPR and LNR with Ukraine, within Ukraine with federal status, which changed since Ukraine didn't implement them. Yeah, so exactly, that's the idea and the justification behind it, that, you know, Ukraine had several years, right? So 6-7 years to give these regions in the Donbass, so both what is now recognized as LPR and DPR, a federal status, a special status, an autonomous status, as it's also called. And that not only did that not happen, but on top of it, the residents there, not only residents, combatants, but, you know, the point is there was fighting going on. And, you know, the argument from the residents there and from Russia is that, you know, the Ukrainian government allowed this to continue and incorporated the units doing it into the Ukrainian National Guard and enabled this at best. And so that's why they took these measures. That's their that's the way that they see it. And sorry, I've lost my place. Okay, here we are. Bill Nye says, Professor Medhurst had a coughing fit, confirmed. Jazz says, what is your favorite Levant food dish? Oh, man. Why did you ask me this? Now we're going to be here for 5 hours talking about food. I wish I was joking. This is not a fair question. You can't ask me that. I mean, I can start with desserts. Knafe bjubne is my favorite. Knafe is called knafe. It doesn't. That's the name of it. And it has mozzarella cheese in the middle, right? And pistachios on top. Oh, it's so good. Man, why did you do this? Now I gotta show a pic. This is not fair, man. I'm gonna leave it at that. I can't answer this question. It's too long. We're gonna be here too long, man. E-commerce says, the U.S. taps all the underwater international fire. Sorry, I'm still laughing about the food. That shows you that there's too much food, right? There are too many dishes, which is something to be proud of. Just going back to this comment, it says, the United States taps all the underwater international fiber optic cables, making the U.S. the biggest data thief in the world. So you're talking about, so the huge cables that come across the Atlantic with GCHQ helping out. I know. So that makes the U.S. the greatest data thief in the world, not China. Israel and Saudi Arabia should pay the 9/11 families. The dancing Israelis isn't a conspiracy. Americans need to wake up. Well, again, I mean, Saudi Arabia for sure. I don't know about Israel. I think there's enough to criticize the Israelis about. I'm genuinely I don't know enough about that in relation to 9/11, but the Saudis for sure. For sure. Kapapa Mamawakachawu, I hope I said your name correctly. Please forgive me if I butchered it. Says, thoughts on the Ba'athist Party. Which one? See, that's the funny thing. There's a Ba'ath Party in Syria and in Iraq, right? Saddam Hussein was a Ba'athist. And the thing is, depending on who you ask, I mean, I think most people would agree that those parties didn't really have much to do with each other because, yeah, they technically started, as the same project and it's the same ideology, everything, right? But they were implemented completely differently. I mean, in Iraq, what the Americans did when they invaded, like that fucker Paul Manor or whatever his name was, he arrives like some colonial bureaucrat and he dissolves the Ba'ath Party. Like, who the fuck are you? Can you imagine like Iraq invading the US and then dissolving the Democratic Party? I mean, okay, that sounds pretty nice. No, I'm kidding, but I think most people would say, yeah, that's great. No, let me explain something to you. In Iraq, everyone was in the Ba'ath Party. Teachers, builders, everybody, right? It's not like that in Syria. It's not like that in Syria at all. And by dissolving the Ba'ath Party, you had all these people that are suddenly out of work. Millions of people that no longer have jobs. That don't know what to do. Right? And again, it's not about... I'm not saying they're working in the Ba'ath Party. No. It's just the way that the Iraqi society was constructed and built, and the administration and administrative... the bureaucracy, very simply. You had to be in the Ba'ath Party if you're a public servant. And let me show you this Paul Manor bastard. Hold on. He arrived after the invasion, right? So it's got to be June. When was it again? It's definitely before they captured Saddam. So it's it's summer 2003. De-Baathification, they called it, right? Paul Bremer. Why did I say Paul Manor? Sorry, I screwed up his name. Paul Bremer. Yeah, that's him. He's the guy who started the de-Baathification. A complete, absolute neoconservative. I wouldn't be surprised if he became a darling of the Democrats. But that's him. I don't know if you can see that. Paul Bremer. Right? So he was from the State Department. And you had all these people out of work. And I just kind of wanted to use that as an example of how different the parties were from each other. In Syria, like I said, most people, they're not into politics or joining parties. That doesn't mean they're not politically aware. Very politically aware. Very, savvy with politics. But, yeah. I mean, the guy who created the Ba'ath Party was Michel Aflaq, right? So, Christian, Syrian Christian. It's funny, right? Like the two largest political ideologies in Syria were created by two Christian guys. So the Nationalist Party and the Ba'ath Party. So again, Ba'ath Party is Pan-Arabism, anti-imperialism, anti-Zionism. Although, hold on. And socialism, of course, right? So... yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to look up, right? This is exactly what I wanted to look up because when the party was founded, it was in 1947. There was no Israel yet. That's why I said, when I said anti-Zionism, definitely anti-Zionist now, but I meant as a starting initial ideology. That's why I wanted to look it up. But you have to keep in mind, at the time, you already had mass immigration of European Jews to Palestine, and that was Zionism itself. Zionism did not begin in 1948; it's late 19th century. So, yeah, sorry, just regardless, no question about it. You know, the Ba'ath Party, whether it's in Iraq or in Syria, definitely against Zionism. And again, here we go. You know, socialism. That's the core ideology of Baathism. To what extent is Syria socialist? To what extent is Iraq socialist? I don't think you could look at those two countries, especially when the son in Syria took over, and describe them as remotely similar in terms of economy. Assad's son started liberalizing the economy a little bit, and that's why they tried, winning him over and wooing him. Tony Blair and the Queen, all these people. Didn't work. Nancy Pelosi. People are used to thinking, well, if you're a socialist country, the CIA is going to come get you. Yes, usually. But this is not the important or deciding factor here. The reason that they got rid of they try to get rid of all these countries, Libya, Syria, Iraq, is because they are not, bending the knee, opening their markets to the US and the West. They support Palestinian resistance. They are against Zionism. It's many things. It's not only socialism. And many people would say that they're not socialist at all, right? Again, I disagree with that. Syria is certainly socialist. I can't speak for Iraq, but it's really interesting to see how the same ideology de facto split, right? And ironically, the guy who created the Ba'ath Party, the Syrian Christian I was telling you about, Michel Aflaq, he was exiled, if I recall correctly. He ended up in Iraq, right? He ended up going to Iraq and being exiled from his own country. It's really, really interesting. And I have a whole video on the channel where I spoke about the difference in Baathism and the differences between Iraqi and Syrian Baathism. So check that out. I think you'll enjoy it very much and find it very educational. It was with a special guest that I had. So Black Cat says, at a tech conference in Moscow today, Putin said Western European nations are merely colonies of the US. Well, yeah, it savage but true. I need to find the clip. Thank you for telling me. Quadfly, thank you for the super sticker. And Michael says, thanks for lighting up another dark Thursday. Here's your cool lighter back. Well, I hope I could make your day better. And thank you, Michael. And Lurch says, talk to Ryan Dawson about the Zionists and 9/11. That's a subject that, in general, let me put it to you this way. Let me say something this way. I know what people say about 9/11 and all the various, conspiracy theories. Are they really just conspiracy theories? Who knows? There are enough red flags to make you go, what the fuck? Absolutely. The passports one is my favorite thing. Absolutely. I love that one. And they used it again in Europe, right? Oh, look, this terrorist just happened to drop his Syrian passport here. Either way, this could all be true, fine. And what I would add is, who created Al-Qaeda? Who allowed Al-Qaeda to take root? It's the Saudis and the Americans. So whatever way you look at it, this is traced back to the CIA in the United States. And they created the majority of Al-Qaeda's victims, the majority of the victims of these terrorist groups are Arab Muslims. They're not New Yorkers. And, it doesn't mean that what happened is any less tragic. It's just, in addition to that, in addition to the fact that the CIA helped create Al-Qaeda, after this happened, it's not a justification. No matter how tragic 9/11 was, it's not a justification. In no way does it justify the shit that happened afterwards. All these wars, all this so-called anti-terrorism, the mass surveillance, all of it, man. So many people killed and made homeless. Nothing justifies that. I don't care It's just no. You know, in Afghanistan, in Yemen, in Syria, you know, these countries have their own quote-unquote 9/11s almost every other week. How many people do you think are dying from sanctions? The terrorist attacks, you know, they don't even report half of them in the news, right? So, Mexico. Let's take a look. You guys remember the OSA, the Organization of American States? So today you had the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, this year hosted by the United States, and Joe Biden was there. All the leaders of these North, Central, and South American countries. However, Mexico's president boycotted the summit. And here's why. At first, he said that he might come, but the United States did something that is so egregious. He said, I'm not coming. And here's the headline from Democracy Now! It says, Mexico's president skips Summit of the Americas after Biden bans Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. So yeah, you heard that correctly. Joe Biden banned so South and Central American countries. What do they have in common? They're socialist. He banned them from coming to the Summit of the Americas. And you know the irony? Spain was invited. Spain, which is in Europe. This is very clearly and obviously political, and I want to show you Mexico's president. Take a look at what he had to say.
Y no voy a la cumbre porque no se invita a todos los países de América. Y yo creo en la necesidad de cambiar la política que se ha venido imponiendo desde hace siglos. La exclusión, el querer dominar, sin razón alguna, el no respetar la soberanía de los países, la independencia de cada país. Y no puede haber cumbre de las Américas si no participan todos los países del continente americano. O puede haber, pero nosotros consideramos que es seguir con la vieja política de intervencionismo, de falta de respeto a las naciones y a sus pueblos. Y no voy a...
See, that's a president with a spine. That's somebody who has principles and who's not afraid to stand up for them. Here's the response from the White House. Okay? I mean, they really got some nerve. They really got some nerve. Take a look.
We have had candid engagement with President López Obrador, as well with other regional partners for more than a month regarding the issue of invitations to the summit. It is important to acknowledge that there are a range of views on this question in our hemisphere as there are in the United States. The president's principled position is that we do not believe that dictators should be invited, which is the reason that the president has decided not to attend.
Wow. Did you hear that? She said, we do not believe that dictators should be invited to attend. Wow. Maduro is a dictator now, huh? Really? What about Duque? Pretty sure he was invited. Huh? You don't have any comments about his practices? Huh? They obviously prevented all these countries from coming because they all have something in common. They are anti-imperialist, they are leftist, socialist, and they are part of the global resistance. They are part of the global shift to a multipolar world. The president of Venezuela, Maduro, who the United States have been trying to overthrow, now the US is sending a delegation to beg him for oil. So at the same time, you're begging this guy to give you oil to lower oil prices so you can look good before the midterm elections. But then you're also, basically kicking him out of a summit for the Americas. How the hell you have a summit of the Americas and you invite Spain, but you don't invite Venezuela, and you don't invite Nicaragua, and you don't invite Cuba, which is 90 miles away? What the hell is this? I'm telling you, man. The world is changing. And no one can say whether the next era, the next age is going to be better than this one or worse than this one. But this current one, this cannot stay. This cannot stay, man. This bullying, intimidation, exclusion, vilifying, whoever you disagree with, this cannot stay. This cannot stay. There can be no substantive discussion at any summit of the Americas when you don't invite all the countries, right? Can you imagine if Venezuela was hosting? I have no doubt, despite everything that the United States has done, Venezuela would still invite the United States because they have, common decency. They have a shred. I say they have a shred of dignity, and much more. But they have that common decency to invite you. And here, the United States doesn't have a shred of dignity. The United States government, right? The people in charge at the State Department. I mean, it's disgusting. Cuba as well. Cuba's been under embargo 60 years. And I know that they would invite the United States regardless, out of respect, out of principle. Nicaragua, same thing. Oh, man. You guys, you well versed with the United States policies in Nicaragua? Policies, putting it very mildly. Aggression, right? They have really attacked these countries. I want you to start thinking in terms of acts of war, right? That sanctions are acts of war. If I come and I turn off the electricity to your house and all the food in your fridge goes bad and you can't eat, or whether I come and I actually steal the food, I take it from you, or I stop someone from delivering food to you, I stop you from being able to buy food, all of these lead to the same result. So, whether you bomb a country and take out its infrastructure, or you sanction a country and take out its infrastructure and people starve, it's no difference for the people that are targeted. So when you see the United States put sanctions on a country, that's an act of war. And it's illegal under international law. It's unilateral. That would never hold up in an international court, right? So we were looking at a New York Times article just earlier about how the United States purposely crippled Venezuela's infrastructure, and specifically the oil infrastructure. So even though Venezuela has all this wealth, the largest oil reserves, it can't export it because it won't be allowed to sell on global markets, and it can't refine it because the infrastructure is broken. So broken, I'd say it was damaged on purpose. And even despite all this, Venezuela would invite the United States, even despite the attempted coup, the Bay of Piglets, as it was called. And Cuba, despite the real Bay of Pigs. So do you see the difference? There's a shred of decency. There's a shred of, there's common sense there. There's common sense. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Blinken. Take a look at how this guy speaks. I mean, he just speaks in platitudes and a word salad, nothing substantive at all.
No other region in the world has the same direct impact on the lives and livelihoods of Americans than the hemisphere that we share. It's as simple as that. So to some extent, as goes the hemisphere, so go we. And so we have a real stake in making sure that together we get this right. And again, to state the obvious, this is a time of incredible challenge for all of us. We've had a confluence of almost perfect storm events over the last years that have had a profound effect here in the Americas. COVID, climate, some democratic deficit, migration, and of course the daily and changing impact of technologies on the lives of everyone. You put all that together, we've lost 2.7 million lives from COVID in our hemisphere. Our hemisphere has suffered the most from COVID. At the same time, it's 30% of global GDP. If we get our act together and mobilize that effectively, there is so much we can do.
Wow. This guy, he's right. They lost a lot of people because of COVID. And in part, that's because of the United States. Cuba, despite the embargo, developed its own COVID-19 vaccine. Do you know what the United States did? The United States made sure they specifically tried to prevent Cuba from being able to buy syringes to deliver the vaccine. Let me pull up that video for you, because I spoke to this is again during these so-called protests that took place in Cuba, and of course, during the pandemic, I asked about this and how the sanctions are affecting Cuba. And here's what the chargé d'affaires had to say, right? Take a look.
Not a single family in Cuba has not been affected by the blockade. Everyone has been affected because the blockade affects every dimension of the Cuban economy and society. And you have mentioned in your question the problems, the difficulties that Cuba has in getting supplies, medical supplies during the pandemic, and this has been as a result of the blockade. And I think that the most painful dimension of the blockade is the impact on the health situation, on the health system in Cuba. And another example of the health system, of the impact of these sanctions, is that we in Cuba are deprived from acquiring some medicines only produced in the US for the treatment of cancer, for example. Yes. And on the other hand, Cuba is also deprived from the national industry is deprived from to financing to import inputs for the food production. We have.
You heard that. So there are cancer drugs only made in the U.S. Cuba's not allowed to have them, right? And I've seen and heard countless stories of people in Iran trying to get cancer medication. Nope, can't have it because of sanctions. Going from one pharmacy to the next. With think about that. Think about how heartbreaking that is. You got someone in your family suffering from cancer, and just because you come from Iran or you come from Cuba, the United States is literally fucking killing your family member or your friend, or even if you don't know them, people in the hospital. Equipment cannot be replaced. Replacement parts can't be bought. This is evil, and this is an act of war. And I think it's really stunning that Blinken sits there as, he is in a government, in the Biden administration, which is continuing these policies, continuing the Trump's maximum pressure campaign.
Effect here in the Americas.
The most important thing besides this, listen to the first thing in his sentence.
No other region in the world has the same direct impact on the lives and livelihoods of Americans than the hemisphere that we share.
That's true. That's absolutely true. There's no question about it. And, you know, for example, Mexico, that's Mexico's president who refused to come, right? And you look at the impact of trade. Canada is the United States' #1 trading partner. Then Mexico. Mexico's the second largest trading partner. China is the third. So do you see how this is... Do you see how important these neighboring countries are for the United States? Why don't they just stick to them? Blinken himself is saying that this hemisphere affects us the most. Yes, it's true. So why are you in Syria? Why are you in Iraq? Why are you in Libya? Why are you in Ukraine antagonizing Russia? Why all this destruction? Why can't you just stick to your region and mind your business? Some people, that they would call that isolationism. I don't care what you call it, really. It's called mind your fucking business. That's the Medhurst doctrine, okay? Mind your fucking business and go home. Now, Mexico's president, Obrador, he said a month ago that he will boycott the summit if Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are not invited. And keep in mind, he is still sending a representative, so somebody from his government would go. Again, you see, like, out of respect, but he's not going. And he stood up for his neighbors and his fellow Americans. You right? That's a lovely phrase the U.S. likes to use. And here, of course, I wanted to add something. I'm reading the history of the summits. It's good, right? Go all these various summits, who hosted it, who was excluded. Look at this. Only at the 8th Summit of the Americas held in Peru in 2018 did the Peruvian Foreign Ministry withdraw the invitation to Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro. Instead, an opposition delegation was invited. How pathetic, man. Cuba was expelled from the Organization of American States, the OAS. That's the organization that's hosting the Summit of the Americas, right? So Cuba was expelled from the OAS shortly after the 1959 revolution and the adoption of socialism as the system of government. This country under the regime, fuck you. This country under the leadership of the late Fidel Castro was represented at the extraordinary summit of 2002 held in Monterrey, Mexico. Do you see how they try to like delegitimize governments that they don't like? They call it a regime. Regime. Oh, okay. So Saudi Arabia is a lovely little rosy monarchy, right? Or a Saudi government, but never Saudi regime. Right? Or the Duque regime. I mean, just try to say that with Biden. Look how ridiculous it sounds. The Biden regime. Biden's regime forces. Actually, maybe we should use their language so they get it. But my point is that the OAS, as you can see, they expelled Cuba. The OAS is an imperialist organization. It's an organization formed in the Cold War. And on the surface, it sounds like a great idea, right? The Organization of the American States. We put all these countries in the North, in Central America and South America together, and there's unity and coming together. Not really. In 2019, when they couped, there was a fascist takeover against Evo Morales in Bolivia, and I remember the videos, man. They trashed his house. Several people in his family and his government, they had their houses trashed or burned, and they basically chased him out of the country and took the presidency away from him. Disgusting, absolutely abhorrent, abysmal behavior, you know? And that was done, of course, with the supervision of the OAS, because the OAS said, okay, we'll come as independent observers and we'll count the results and you know, for the elections. And they said there was fraud. Evo Morales committed fraud, and he's desperately trying to cling onto power after his third, fourth term. And, you know, Morales had held a referendum with the people in Bolivia, asking them if they want presidents to be able to have more terms, right? So basically to amend the constitution, so to speak. And they said yes. And that's why he was able to run. And then once he ran, they accused him of fraud. They chased him out the country, and you have these fascists who took over. And what happens then? The day of this coup, every fucking outlet you can imagine, the BBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, all of them together, like a choir, like an orchestra coming together. Evo Morales commits fraud in the elections. And they justify this. They create the music, the soundtrack to this violence. And then a year later, what happens? They, oh, well, it turns out there was a miscalculation. A miscalculation? You fucking couped this guy over a miscalculation? Oh, you miscalculated. No, you miscalculated. As a matter of fact, I really don't like to make fun or something or laugh at other people's misfortune, but Janine Áñez, who became the quote-unquote interim president and took Morales' place, is on trial right now. And this is what happens when you do the bidding of the Americans. The Americans will leave you. They will leave you out to dry. Okay? Always. Always, always, always. Notice how every person or every country or every group that cooperates with the Americans always gets stabbed in the back. Always. Saddam Hussein, the Kurds, anyone, they always come after you. Or leave you, again, let others come and eat you. And so my point is here, I think it's really pathetic that we are in 2022 and we still have Cold War rhetoric and we still have childish, rejection, exclusion, of countries that have a different, politics. Whether it's, again, Venezuela doesn't agree with American politics, with the U.S. politics, I should say specifically. But they'd still invite the Americans, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my experience, what I've seen, is they don't behave like this. It's childish. And I cannot imagine in my wildest dreams Venezuela saying, for example, well, we no longer recognize the people in Washington. A bunch of Americans over here, they are the legitimate government, and we invite them as the representatives of the U.S. What is this? What is this childish behavior? So, unfortunately, again, what did I tell you when they changed the White House spokesperson, right? Because this is Karine Jean-Pierre, and before her we had Jem Psaki, and they were saying, well, look, she's a woman of color, she's black, she's, she's the first White House spokesperson who's black and queer, right? Okay, great. What about the policies? What about the way she handles business? I told you it's the same thing. You're just going to hear the same White House, Western, capitalist, white supremacist propaganda, but coming out of a different mouth. But the politics are the same. Trump goes, Biden comes, politics are the same. It's always important to realize that the countries pointing fingers and saying, oh, you're a regime, are themselves the biggest and most continuous regimes. How is it possible that the Americans, the United Statesians, are still behaving like it's the Cold War? They're, with this childish, you're a socialist, you're a communist, we can't be seen dealing with you. Don't come here. You're not invited. What is that? Still stuck in the Cold War. And, good on Mexico's president for standing up. Good on him. Thank you guys again for your donations. I appreciate it very much. We have a Kapapama says, for your great pronunciation. Jeremiah, thank you so much for the super sticker. Jorge says, Viva AMLO, President, Mexico's president, for standing up for the Americas. Viva Mexico. Amen. Amen. The Dr. Airsoft says, holy crap, the Mexican president is based. Viva Mexico from the Republic of Texas. Down with U.S. imperialism. Long live the Texas national movement. I appreciate your enthusiasm. And again, I'm actually surprised to you know, in a good way, to see some I don't know what you want to call it. Decency would be perhaps a good description from of, you know, having, because let me be clear, Mexico borders the United States, right? They're the second largest trading partner. It's very difficult to be the Mexican president and kind of give the finger to the Americans. It's very difficult. It's so funny. We're literally talking about the summit of the summit of the Americas, and you know, it's become interchangeable. People from the U.S. and Americans. It's a language thing. It's just so much easier and quicker to say Americans than United Statesians, which I think is c'est plutôt français ça. Bref, my point is that it's very difficult to stand up to the United States when they're right next door, and you know, it's very difficult. So props, you know. Kapab says they should be called Yankees. That's a good one. So, just one moment, lads. I haven't plugged the show, so we have to do this, man. We got to do this. Claudia spent a lot of time, bless her, doing this one, so we have to plug the show. I know there's some of you that are very kind in saying plug away. Okay, guys. Thank you for supporting my work. We are only 6 people away. I know we got 1,000 people watching. I know there's 6 lovely souls among you. You're all lovely. But I know there's 6 among you who would, you know, make the contribution and sign up to support the show monthly. I know you're there. And those of you, you know I'm speaking to you. So again, if you'd like to support my work, this turned from a plug into like some weird spiritual lecture. No, but seriously, let me. I want to get back to the politics, but I need your help to keep doing my job, and I need you guys to please support the show. Everything I do is free. I don't charge anything. Every single piece of work I do is free, and you know, I think that's the way it should be. And if you are able, specifically if you're able to spare a few bucks every month, I'd really appreciate it. It's patreon.com/RichardMedhurst. And Claudia, I'm sure, is putting a link in the comments right now. She's in the chat. She's very kind. And of course, if you like, you can just send a donation on YouTube or on PayPal, CashApp. You just scan the QR code. You can attach a note, send a question, send a comment, and I'll read it. And in any case, there are so many things that I forget to plug. There's the merch. It's so funny because so many of you subscribed, and this is like in the time that you subscribed in the last months, I never plugged the merch because I completely forgot about it. And then I realized, well, most of the people that just subscribed don't even know this. So I should at least show it to them once, and you guys actually enjoyed it very much. So store.richardmedhurst.com. Hold on. There we go. That's the one. So Mona, I don't know if you're watching, Mona, but thank you for helping me with all of these designs. This is my favorite. It's Joe Biden's administration, also known as Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult. So this is a t-shirt, but I have the one with the long sleeves. So yeah. We've also got a special over here. Chanclas for all, slippers for all your favorite war criminals in one place. And oh yeah, I got the lion as well. The lion's the first one that I got. It's down here somewhere. It's the first one, I think. The regular black thing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this one's really dope, if I may say so. Again, Mona's the one who made it, so bless her. She's really great. And obviously this is not Arabic. This is English, but she used the font which looks Arabic. It's cool. It's fine. It's very good. And yeah, so again, these are also other ways to support the show. And I'll leave the link below. In any case, we have more politics to cover. It's so funny because I'm really into into talking about these things. Like, I'm almost annoyed that we have to do the plug. But I know you guys are very supportive, so I have no doubt we will hit the goal. Okay, let me prepare the next thing. Man. There we go. We already got our new Patreon. We are $8.95. Thank you very much. Is it Caitlin or Catalin? Cataline. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. I said all three, so it's got to be one of them. Cataline, thank you so much for supporting the show. Thank you very much, and I will play you a crab dance right now. We're only 5 people away. Just 5 people away. Let's do it, baby. Come on.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I know it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
And we're back. If you see a black screen after a crab dance, I'm usually sneaking off to get a drink. So don't worry. I always come back. That's again very kind of you, Catalin. I appreciate it very much. And all right, hold on. We're gonna start the next topic. I just need a moment. By the way, just to be clear again, if you guys would like to do it, the chapters on YouTube, you know, you can basically put timestamps at X, Y, Y. You talked about butterflies, and then this timestamp talked about jeans. Okay, I'm just using random examples, but please email it to me, RichardMedhurst@gmail.com, and either I or Claudia will take care of it, so other viewers who come to watch the live stream can navigate to whatever topic they want to see. Okay, I know there's some very I actually almost feel bad asking this, but I know there's so many kind people here. I'm really so proud of this community. Many of you have actually volunteered and offered to do it. So last time, a couple of you sent it in. Let me say thank you. David, it was David. Thank you very much. David went and did all the chapters last time. It's very kind of you, David. I appreciate it. So, I need to figure out why were some of you guys in the first stream when it crashed? I need to figure out why that happened. Let me explain. I could still see the chat. I could see the chat, but I couldn't move the mouse anymore. Couldn't type anything. Wouldn't react. So it's really weird. I'm trying to figure out what that might be, because if the display is working, you know, sometimes if the computer is capped out, the CPU's using 100%, you wouldn't still see things moving. It would be a complete, it would completely freeze. But it was the mouse, the keyboard, everything. You guys are saying it was the Mossad. Definitely the CIA. Definitely Mossad. Thank you, Toolbox. I'm glad you like the thumbnail. F the Fed main also loves the thumbnail. Glad you guys like it. Talentless hipster says GPU overheat. No, I don't think so, because like I said, the display was still working. So anyway, hold on. I saved this topic for last because I thought it was the best. Again, that's subjective, but this thing ticked me off. You know, I saw this earlier today. Oh, we got 2 new Patreons. Hold on. I gotta say thank you. Man, we are so close. Thank you, Cat Tsar and Lucas. Thank you guys very much for supporting my work. We are only 3 people away on Patreon. 3 subscribers away. I know we're gonna do it this stream. We're gonna hit the goal. So thank you guys very much, Cat Tsar and Lucas. Here's your crab dance. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him.
I put myself
fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Don't vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much. W is for
Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much. W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much. W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by Go, you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F.
All right, we're back. I'm sorry you had to listen to Biden for 10 minutes, but, you know, when you're living the stream life for 5 hours, you need a break, man. So, these are my worker rights. Okay. We are one person away from hitting the goal, but I'm gonna do the politics first, and then hopefully we'll have hit 900 people on Patreon. That would be lovely. So let me break down what happened today, okay? Because this is basically the top news story, and it's so infuriating. My goodness, do you guys already know what I'm going to talk about? If I don't know, it's saturated with Ukraine usually, but this is also important. So, man needs to hydrate. Okay. Excuse me. So the top news story right now is basically, oh my God, Iran turned off the cameras in its nuclear facilities. And they're making it out to be like, you know, Iran is trying to hide something, and they're going to turn off the cameras and build a nuclear weapon while nobody's looking. And, Iran is so dishonest. Why are they turning off the cameras? Iran won't cooperate with the international community. Okay. Let me explain this, right? Here's the headline. It says, Iran removing 27 surveillance cameras at nuclear sites. So not all of them. 27. These cameras are not part of any agreement. Iran put them there. Iran itself volunteered to put these cameras up there so that people in Vienna at the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, which is under the UN, could see what's going on. Iran volunteered to do this. Okay, let's get this straight, first of all. Iran does not have to do this. I don't know, any countries that would do such a thing. Does Israel have cameras at its nuclear facilities where it has nukes? It actually has nuclear weapons. So the headlines, oh my goodness. I really, I really love it. They're saying Iran is going to sabotage the nuclear deal now, right? So here's the headline from Reuters. IAEA warns of fatal blow to nuclear deal as Iran removes cameras. So they're hyping it up, and that's a camera, one of the surveillance cameras. Here's the video of them actually turning off these surveillance cameras. This is the actual video from today. You only see them turning off 2, I think, but they're going to do the rest in the meantime. You see the lights, the indicator lights going off. So normal is the regular power, and UPS is the backup. So these are at a number of nuclear facilities in Iran. The most famous one is Natanz, which Israel has attacked several times. And like I said, they're voluntary, okay? At the same time, you have the nuclear talks, right? I have a whole playlist on my channel where I covered the nuclear talks, still am, independently on the ground. So if you want to understand what is the Iran nuclear deal, what is the JCPOA, go watch it, and you will come out more well-versed than some of these journalists writing this. So why did Iran turn off these cameras? Well, a few days ago, the IAEA, which is again the nuclear watchdog at the UN, they had a meeting called the Board of Governors. So this is something that they do regularly, not every week, but it is something they hold regularly. And what happened at this meeting 3 days ago is that there was a resolution adopted condemning Iran. And this was, of course, proposed by the UK, by the US, and you can actually see, here's the statement from the UK government. They're saying E3 and US welcome Board of Governors resolution. So the E3, that's the UK, France, and Germany, and the US. So these 4 countries. And they're, of course, happy about it. And they're saying that, they're happy condemning Iran's insufficient cooperation with the IAEA on serious and outstanding safeguards issues relating to Iran's obligations under its NPT required safeguards agreement. NPT is Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So I find this hilarious that the United States is condemning Iran for not cooperating with the IAEA. That's really funny, honestly, after, quitting the nuclear deal. The head of the agency, the Director General, Rafael Grossi, he gave a press conference, and I should have gone, honestly. I plan to. And this is when he said the fatal blow, when he was asked, what does this mean for the nuclear deal? Like, because, for a year they've been having these negotiations. Is the United States going to get back in the nuclear deal? Right? And in exchange, Iran rolls back some of its some aspects of its nuclear program, and it gets sanctions relief. So let's take a look at what he said. All right.
On a normal, the agency's services would not be available to the partner to the parties of the JCPOA after 4 weeks.
We wouldn't be able to give them the accuracy that they require.
So the JCPOA is dead if it's not done within the next 4 weeks.
I think this would be a fatal blow.
Okay.
There you go. So that's the quote that they've been sensationalizing. The JCPOA, when he says that, obviously it means the Iran nuclear deal. And the way that this has worked is that every time somebody attacks Iran, every time Israel assassinates an Iranian, just like a few weeks, Khodai, who was a colonel in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, he was gunned down in front of his home in Tehran, 5 bullets, shot dead in his car. Israel, the Mossad did that. Last year, well, in late 2020, we had Mohsen Fakhrizadeh. He was actually a nuclear scientist, gunned down, shot dead in his car outside Tehran. And of course, we have Israel blowing up several of the Iranian nuclear sites, including Natanz, right? They worked on a virus in 2010, 2012, around this period with the Americans to sabotage the centrifuges. These are the tubes that enrich uranium. And between 2010 and 2012, what did the Israelis do? They assassinated in Iran 4 nuclear scientists, right? Murdered. So right now, after the nuclear deal came into existence, was signed, we're in the era of the United States not cooperating. So Trump leaves in 2018. And what has Iran been doing? Tit for tat. This is the policy. So when Mohsen Fakhrizadeh was assassinated by the Israelis, Iran was like, okay, you know what? We're going to pass a law in the parliament, in the Mejlis, rolling back our cooperation. So allowing the IAEA to look at what's happening with these cameras inside the facilities, the additional protocol, Iran, nuclear scientists from the IAEA being able to just go into any nuclear facility they like, random checks. This is gone because you guys refuse to lift sanctions. You're letting the U.S. sanctions basically, ruin our banking sector, our oil sector. You're going along with that. You won't get the U.S. back in the nuclear deal. Okay. And on top of it, you're murdering Iranian scientists in Iran, we can also play this game. And so starting from February of 2021, every month, Rafael Grossi has had to fly to Tehran to make sure that Iran does not delete the footage of the nuclear facilities, because they're not allowed to look at it, right? Iran told them, you know what, we're going to keep filming, but we're not giving you the footage of what's happening in the nuclear facilities until you get back in the nuclear deal, until this whole issue is resolved. And so every month he's had to fly to Tehran and ask them to please extend this by another month. And they've been keeping the footage in a black box. And the Iranians said, you know, but at a certain point in time, if this issue is not resolved, we will delete the footage. You're not getting it ever. Now, this is the extra step. This is the next step. They condemned Iran. Now Iran's just removing the cameras. And again, they're voluntary, most of them. So the ones that Iran has to keep as an NPT signatory, all of the things that Iran is obliged to do, that it agreed to do, it's continuing to do them. And that's the amazing thing, because you look at the media, they make you think that Iran is like building a nuclear weapon in some like janitor closet inside the nuclear facility. They just have bombs lying around, you know, ready to be assembled. It's so absurd, right? It's so crazy. And Iran actually kept cooperating with them all the way, even after Trump quit. And here you can see they removed 27 cameras, okay? And there are around 40-something cameras still in Iran. That's what Grossi said, right? And so the ones that are removed, as I told you, they include Natanz, Isfahan, there's another facility there. And he said, we are in a very tense situation with the negotiations over the nuclear deal at a low ebb. Now we are adding this to the picture. As you can see, it's not a very nice one. So Iran said it shut off 2 devices the IAEA uses to monitor enrichment at Natanz. So in addition to the cameras, there's another system that you guys have to pay attention to. Okay? And he's talking about the... this is the online enrichment monitoring OLEM, it's called, OLEM. You can see here, this was posted in 2016, after the nuclear deal. These are the devices that they use to monitor the uranium enrichment. And Iran, this is also being turned off. You can see here, see, the online enrichment monitor. That same device I just showed you, that's also turned off. So there are several steps that are being taken. And every single thing Iran has done is always leverage. It's all about leverage. Iran does not do things, you know, to antagonize. It's quite the opposite, actually. I can give you another example. What happened today? The Greeks, who stole 2 Iranian oil tankers, suddenly changed their minds. Why did they change their minds? Because when Greece seized 2 Iranian oil tankers, Iran said, you know what, we can also play this game. And Iran went and seized 2 Greek oil tankers, right? Remember where Iran is located? Iran is not only an oil-rich country, it's also located right next to the most strategic shipping lane on the planet, where all the oil tankers are going, right? In the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran's policy is tit for tat. You take our oil tanker, we will take your oil tanker. And what happened? Greece backed down. Same thing with the UK in 2019. So, you know, all the time they say, oh, look, Iran is enriching uranium to 20%, to 60%. But they don't tell you why Iran is doing that. It's kind of like implied that Iran is just evil. Like they just want to build a nuclear bomb. So, of course, they're enriching uranium to 60% or to 20%. They never tell you why. They don't tell you that Israel killed a nuclear scientist in Iran while he was outside Tehran. They don't tell you that the United States assassinated General Soleimani. All of these things, the sabotage at Karaj, the sabotage at Natanz. You know, they were saying, for example, oh, Iran is not allowing the nuclear inspectors to come to this facility at Karaj and install a camera. They don't tell you that the reason the camera is not working is because Israel blew it up. The camera was fine. They don't say anything about Israel blowing it up. And notice how they're so scared of, oh my God, the Russian forces at Chernobyl. Oh my God, the Russians at all these nuclear sites in Ukraine. They're crazy. They're shooting. They're firing. They're going to cause the second Chernobyl. But when it comes to Israel, literally blowing up, sabotaging multiple nuclear sites in Iran, they're fine with that. That's okay. No condemnation. That nuclear terrorism is okay because Israel is doing it, right? Can't criticize Israel. Oh no, the perfect Israelis. You can't say anything about them. Or, otherwise you're an anti-Semite. Yeah, okay. We know we're tired of this game, and the double standards are it's overwhelming at this point. It's overwhelming. Right now, they have a couple of weeks to get things done. The clock is ticking, as Grossi said, right? And honestly, I think that trying to blame Iran for just self-defense, for doing tit for tat, this is not going to work, man, because right now they've tried to basically say that Iran is stalling the nuclear deal. And you know what they say? They say Iran is dragging its feet over the terrorism designation because the US designated the IRGC, which is part of Iran's armed forces, as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. Those are sanctions, right? The Iranians don't care about this. Even if the FTO label was removed, the individuals in the guard are also sanctioned. So that doesn't make a difference. The real reason that the nuclear deal, that the United States has not come back in and things have been finalized, is because the United States refuses to give Iran assurances. That's the part they don't tell you, because it's embarrassing. Iran just wants proof that it can trust the United States not to do what Trump did, not to quit the deal randomly, right? And impose sanctions and do all sorts of aggressive things. The Iranians told them, you need to give us long-term guarantees, even after the Biden administration is gone, right? So that we know we can trust you and we can cooperate here. The Americans said no. Then Iran said, well, can this administration at least give us guarantees? I said no. Can you believe this? Literally the same people that are negotiating, right? The United States that is trying to resume the nuclear deal refuses to give guarantees that it won't quit the deal again. Wow. I honestly admire the Iranians' patience, because I would have nowhere near this amount of patience. Nowhere near. I really, they say the Iranians are patient because they invented chess and they think, multiple steps ahead. No doubt, but I don't have that. I don't know how they do it. I wouldn't have that much patience. Really, it's unbelievable. And here, let's look at the headlines, shall we? Let's look at a few headlines so you get an idea of what I'm talking about. So here's Iran turn off cameras. Here's the headline that we've been seeing. Iran pulls UN and nuke cameras in possible fatal blow to deal. Right? These are about the... amid tension. I love this one. This is so good, right? Amid tension. They just add like these random terms to say like, look, man, Iran is causing tension. Oh my God. You know that I like to talk about the language in journalism a lot, right? Because it really tells you, it gives you a great idea of what's happening. And here, after the Board of Governors censored Iran at the IAEA, Israel was happy. Israel was very happy, right? So he this is the one I was looking for. So, like I said, this is after the IAEA censored Iran at the Board of Governors. The Israelis loved this. So the Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, welcomed the decision of the Board of Governors, calling it a significant decision that reveals the true face of Iran. I mean, you gotta love these guys. They're true comedians, aren't they? They're real jokers, huh? They're real jokers.
Trinity
Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the IAEA, was visiting occupied Palestine just a few days ago, right? Here he is chatting to Bennett, and look how he speaks to him. So again, that's the Israeli Prime Minister, and that's Grossi. So Bennett is telling Grossi that Israel reserves the right to act against Iran's nuclear program. So let me get this straight. Israel, which refuses to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, refuses to sign the ban on chemical weapons, has a nuclear arsenal that is undeclared, is saying that it wants to attack Iran for a nuclear program that does not exist. And who is Bennett telling this to? The fucking chief of the IAEA. I mean, you couldn't make this up, man. You couldn't make this up. Right to his face. Like, he doesn't even respect his intelligence. This guy who has nuclear warheads is talking about threats and this. What the hell are you talking about? Why does Israel reserve the right to act in self-defense and not Iran? Israel is the one with nukes. Israel is the one that is treating Palestinians like garbage. Israel is the one bombing Syria every week. Who's the threat here? Who killed Iranian scientists? Who murdered an IRGC guard in front of his house 2 weeks ago? Man, really, it's like an episode of The Twilight Zone. The media are so biased. And it's not even just biased. They're untruthful. They don't tell the truth. They don't even know how the nuclear deal works. All the things about Iran increasing the number of centrifuges, replacing I love this story. Israel blew up an Iranian nuclear site, damaging the site, obviously. And Iran replaced the damaged centrifuges with newer centrifuges, right? And then they're like, hey, you can't do that. You're not allowed to have those newer models, the more efficient ones in there. Man, I mean, the Iranians certainly used the opportunity to put in the newer ones. Why shouldn't they? Like, why is there more criticism about Iran responding to aggression than actual criticism of that aggression? This is what is insane, right? This is what is crazy. It's like how the Israelis, they oppress the Palestinians, and if they dare to do anything to defend themselves, they are the terrorists. The Palestinians are aggressive. Not, oh, why did this person do that? Why is Iran reacting in this way? What provoked Iran into doing that? What is the rationale here? No, this critical thinking is not allowed. You have to be quiet. Everything Israel says is right, or you're an anti-Semite. Everything the United States says is correct, or you are a Russian, Iranian, Chinese bot. Pick your insult. Here again, this is from France 24. They say Iran disconnects nuclear site cameras as IAEA raises concern over uranium traces. So that's what they said, right? They say there are unexplained traces of uranium. That's what this is about, right? Goodwill gesture ends, right? That's turning off the cameras. And Iran also saying, as of today, the relevant authorities have been instructed to cut off the OLEM, which we talked about, the online enrichment monitor, and the flow meter cameras of the agency. Okay? So don't confuse the AEIO with the IAEA. IAEA is the nuclear watchdog at the United Nations in Vienna, and This is the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran. So that's their body, right? And the Iranians said that the cameras were not appreciated by the UN agency, right? I agree with that. And the statement did not specify how many cameras had been turned off, but said that more than 80% of the agency's existing cameras are operating according to the safeguard agreement and will continue to operate just as before. Okay? Other measures are being considered, and quote, we hope that they will come to their senses and respond to Iran's cooperation with cooperation. Now, the State Department said that Iran's move is extremely regrettable and counterproductive. Again, I'm stunned. I'm stunned by the lack of self-awareness and the hypocrisy. Who are you to talk, man? Come on. Who is the U.S. to make criticisms? You allow Israel to have an illegal, or shall we say undeclared at the very least, the whole occupation is illegal, nuclear arsenal. The United States quit the deal, and they have the nerve to talk about extremely regrettable and condemnation. Wow. They say Iran reached the deal limiting its nuclear program in return for sanctions relief, but the agreement has been on life support since then, since Trump withdrew, right? Again, when they say on life support, keep in mind one thing. When Trump left the deal in 2018, like they say, Iran did not change a single thing, nothing for an entire year. Entire year, even though it could have. So for an entire year, the Iranians were giving the United States a window of opportunity to come back and, fix things peacefully, diplomatically. Please, how can you look at that and not see that this is a gesture of goodwill? Somebody rips up a contract with you, and you keep doing what you signed, what you agreed to in the contract, even though the person ripped it up for an entire year, giving them a chance to come back and to not escalate. That is the higher road, right? That is the mature adult thing to do. Patience that I don't think I would have. And even afterwards, when Iran started enriching uranium past the limit in the deal, so from 3.67% to 20% to 60%, this was always in response to Israeli or American aggression, and always done for leverage. Iran does not care about making a bomb. If it wanted to make a bomb, first of all, the whole world would know. And I mean, come on, they literally have cameras. I don't understand. They have cameras, special seals, everything, the flow meter, OLEM. The world would know about this bomb, and also it's too difficult to hide. So Scott Ritter, the former UN weapons inspector, so he knows exactly what he's talking about, who was working on disarming Iraq's WMDs after the first Gulf War. I've done many videos with him, but go watch my video on this channel when we talked about the Iran nuclear deal. He explains how to build a nuclear bomb, or the stages of it, and how it's so unrealistic. It's just impossible that Iran is actually building one, because we would know. You can't hide these things. And my point is that even when Iran is enriching uranium to 60%, 20%, this is only leverage. There is no nuclear weapons program. And the media are such liars. They make you believe, this is the irony. The media are so dishonest. They make you believe that Iran is trying to build a nuclear bomb and Israel doesn't have nuclear weapons, when it's the complete opposite, right? Like, unbelievable. The propaganda power, really, really a testament to how effective they are. So, at the end of the day, Iran right now, right this second, man, is ready to sign an agreement with the Americans if they can provide assurances. It's that simple. Iran is not even complaining or saying anything about the nuclear program. Iran is simply asking the Americans, please stop sanctioning us, stop maintaining Trump sanctions that have nothing to do with the nuclear deal. Remember, the nuclear deal specifically says that the United States shall not do anything to hinder Iran's economic cooperation and activities, its trade with other countries. When you sanction Iran, whether it's for human rights abuses or nuclear program, makes no difference because you're still hindering Iran. And as long as the US is doing that, it's breaking the deal. As long as the Americans don't give assurances, this situation is going to continue. The court is in Joe Biden's, the ball is in Joe Biden's court. They know exactly what's going on. They're not stupid. And they are stalling and dragging their feet. Okay? Everything could be solved right now in 1 minute if the Americans give assurances that they won't behave like Donald Trump and go back on their word a second time. And many people in Iran are fed up with this, man. Really fed up. I think if they were sitting here, they would have cussed the crap out of this whole thing. Because everything that Iran has done is basically, keep showing goodwill over and over and compromising over and over and doing the mature thing over and over and getting nothing in return. More terrorist attacks on the nuclear sites, more assassinations, even killing Soleimani. The level of disrespect, the humiliation of, showing goodwill and then having, the United States spit in your face and continuing to show goodwill. A lot of Iranians are angry about this, and I don't blame them. I understand there are others who actually want the deal because they understand the economic benefits. It's so funny saying economic benefits. It's literally just about leaving Iran alone. Like that's it. The United States is not giving Iran anything. They just want to be left alone with no sanctions. That's it. That's literally it. So honestly, I understand both sides. Really, I understand them completely because they are right to be impatient and excuse me, not impatient, but quite the opposite. They are right to be upset about this. The Americans have done everything to show that they have no good intentions, right? They have done everything to undermine the nuclear deal. And Israel, they allow Israel, the mad dog, to keep biting Iran, attacking Iran, poking Iran. And it's really despicable. They could finish all of this right now just by giving assurances and signing the deal, and they don't want to. All of this drama over here, all of this could be remedied instantly. They just don't want to. And they put all the blame on Iran, so you don't know what the nuclear deal is. So you don't know that the Americans are the ones undermining the deal. So you don't know that Israel itself has nuclear weapons and then is lecturing the IAEA. My goodness, the balls. These people really got some balls, man. Unbelievable. Let's see what happens in the next couple of weeks. Because up until now, like I told you, Iran's been very patient. Every month, they renewed this agreement, the black box agreement. We'll record with the cameras, but we don't give you the footage until there's sanctions relief. That hasn't led anywhere, unfortunately, it seems. Now the clock's ticking. It's much more serious. And those cameras, they've just been turned off, man. All right? Again, they're voluntary, but nevertheless, they're quite important. And even despite all this, Iran is continuing to abide by its obligations with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, with the safeguards agreements, with the JCPOA. The ball is in America's court right now, is in Joe Biden's court. Did you guys hear about the story today? I'm sure you did. What was the impression that you got? Let me ask you a question, please. What I just explained to you, did you hear any of this before? Did you learn something new? Did you hear this story today, this news story? And now that I've explained it to you and given you much more background information and context, is it a completely different representation? What do you say? I'm really curious. I'm genuinely curious. Michael's good to see you. It says, I had not heard of this at all. Sheikh, I said no. I only heard about January the 6th for the 100th time. Mahmoud says Iran could just say no deal unless there are camera in Israel's reactors. Yep. You notice how nobody talks about Israel, even though we know they have nuclear weapons? They jailed the scientist who leaked this to the media. Right? Decades behind bars. He's trapped. He still can't leave anywhere. And Israel has not just nuclear weapons, but also chemical weapons, white phosphorus. I mean, no one speaks about them. It's not even about, oh, maybe there should be nuclear inspectors, maybe some more transparency. No, it's not even that. They won't even discuss Israel and its nuclear weapons. This is verboten. This is not allowed. You can't talk about Israel. You have to have nothing but praise for them. And everything Israel does, it's always justified, right? So the Israelis, if you bring up the nuclear program, they'll say, yeah, but we are surrounded by countries who want to destroy us. Motherfucker, you destroyed Palestine. What the hell? What are you talking about? The aggressor pretending to be the victim? What are you doing? Occupying Syria, occupying Lebanon, occupying Palestine. When you take people's land, yeah, they get pissed off. What don't you understand about this? And then on top of it, they have the gall to say that Iran is a threat. How is Iran a threat? What? You're the one with nuclear weapons? Then they say the ballistic missile program. Now here they're right. Iran does not need nuclear weapons. Iran practices asymmetric warfare, which has proven to be very effective. Today, the axis of resistance is stronger than it's ever been. Hezbollah, Syria. I'm not saying they haven't suffered, but they have withstood the test of time. They have gone through all these hardships and they're still standing. Do you understand? That in and of itself is already a victory. The Palestinian resistance. Last year, the rockets they were firing faster, more quantities. So I'm not going to go into all the details of all the weapons they have, but the Yemenis, look, 7 years, they're still here. The Houthis, as they say. It's the Yemenis. It's 80, most of the country live there. And of course, Iraq has the Hashd al-Sha'bi right now. And Iran itself is stronger than ever. And that's why the Israelis are not happy. You know why? Trump left the nuclear deal. He said, this is the worst deal and it doesn't go far enough. What does that mean, doesn't go far enough? When they're saying that, they're not talking about nuclear weapons or nuclear energy or a nuclear program. It's nothing to do with that. They're talking about two other things. They're talking about Iran's ballistic missile program and Iran's support for the axis of resistance. Of course, they don't say it that way. They say ballistic missiles, and then they call the second one malign activities or terrorism, right? So for them, Iran supporting Hezbollah, this is terrorism. Iran supporting Hamas, this is terrorism. The thing is, these two have nothing to do with a nuclear deal. And the Americans couldn't even follow the first deal. Why should Iran make a second one? Based on what? For what? Iran is never going to give up the ballistic missiles. Never, not in a million years, because that is what Israel is afraid of. And not just that, there are other things, of course, the Americans, again, it's not just me saying that. Scott, was in the military, we talked about this. What if the U.S. invaded Iran or attacked Iran? What would happen? How would that look like? How would that play out? And it's just a suicide mission. It's a suicide mission. It's just, it's unfeasible. And that's his military expert opinion. You go listen. We talked about the Iran deal, lots of things. But my point is that you don't need nuclear weapons to deal with nuclear actors in this particular situation. Because in the 60s, for example, the Israelis, they were assassinating German scientists. To be fair, they were Nazis, so most of them. So I don't think they'll be missed. But German scientists working for Egypt. Why? Because Egypt was building ballistic missiles. So they took that as a serious threat. And that's why with Iran, they also take it as a threat. And they wanted the nuclear deal to cover the ballistic missiles. But even then, let me be very clear. Even if you did that, even if you put everything they wanted, it's never enough. It's never enough. And the real reason Israel opposes the nuclear deal is because they want to keep Iran isolated. If there's no nuclear deal, that means there are sanctions on Iran, right? The US has sanctions on Iran. Iran was the number one sanctioned country until the war in Ukraine started. Then it was Russia. So if you know that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, then you don't have to worry about that. So you don't need a nuclear deal. And if there's no nuclear deal, you get to keep Iran under sanctions too. So it's a win-win. And this, of course, they will never, ever, ever fucking tell you. This one sentence, you will never hear it on CNN. You will never hear it on the BBC because they are goddamn liars. And that's why no one respects or watches mainstream media anymore, because they're just doing propaganda. And the fact is, why should Iran do these things? Even I myself, right? And many, many, many Iranians I've seen say this too. Why should Iran have a nuclear deal? Iran is a signatory of the NPT. The NPT is the Non-Proliferation Treaty. That means Iran does not seek nuclear weapons and does not solicit nuclear weapons and does not spread knowledge on how to build nuclear weapons. Under the NPT, if you sign it, you're allowed to have a nuclear program, a civilian nuclear program. We got a bunch of spam bots in there, man. Oh my God. Sorry. So my point is, what Iran is doing, enriching uranium for research and civilian use, is legal. It's allowed to do that. It signed the NPT. But the Americans are basically making Iran concede and compromise just to be left alone. Iran doesn't want anything from the Americans. They just want the US to leave them alone and not put sanctions. So do you see how crazy this is? Like, Iran does not need permission from the Americans to do anything. Certainly not a nuclear program. But that's really funny. Guess who gave Iran its first nuclear reactor? Oh, man. These bots in the comments, man, they are something else. We gotta get rid of these. Hold on. I gotta do spam control. Oh my God. Michael, watch out. I saw the emojis. I almost hit report. Oh man, that's so hilarious. I guess you know you made it when they got spam bots on your channel. I guess, right, you could take that with something flattering. Man, I can't tell who are spam bots. You guys need to stop with these sexy comments, or I'm gonna mistake you for a bot. Oh my God, come on, man. There we go. Okay. Sorry, give me a moment, guys. I have to clear the chat because there are a bunch of dating spam bots or some, Don't click on that stuff, by the way. Don't click on anything. All right. Well, I don't know where I was going with this, but basically, yeah, many Iranians are pissed off because they, it's like basically the U.S. Uncle Sam coming and wagging his finger in their faces and saying, do what I say. Do what I tell you. Why? Iran doesn't have to do it. Iran has the right to a nuclear program. It's just a fact. Every country that signs the NPT This is not controversial. How do you think countries around the world have nuclear programs? Civilian, not weapons. Nuclear energy. There's nothing controversial about it if it's just for research or civilian use. And yet the Americans make it controversial. They lie and say, oh, Iran's building a bomb. What? Let me show you a graph, man. Let me show you this graph and you judge for yourself. This shows the level of uranium enrichment in Iran. And keep in mind, here we go. What do we have here? This is the development of Iran's uranium stockpile. This is Iran's stockpile of low enriched uranium by quarter in kilograms. So it's rising 2008, 2010, 2012. And then it continues up until the moment the nuclear deal is signed. Okay? And then what happens? It plummets. Oh, look at that. Iran is actually respecting the agreement that it signed. Iran actually, Iran has respect for its its own word. Its word means something. It doesn't renege on its obligations. JCPOA is signed. The nuclear deal is signed. Bam! It plummets from a little over 8,000 kilograms to 0. And look at this. Do you see that? Donald Trump leaves the nuclear deal May 2018. Iran is still at 0 for a whole year. And it's after that Iran says, okay, you know what? We need leverage. We're going to keep enriching uranium until you get back in the deal. Talentless Hipster says, what is the source? I'm sorry, it's cut off. If I zoom out, you'll see underneath it's Statista. Okay, and the sources are the IAEA and Bloomberg. So, again, this is, I can find multiple sources if you'd like. Here, this is from, what source is this? IAEA. It's, again, the International Atomic Energy Agency. It's readily available on their website, although knowing how large organizations like the UN have their websites, you'll probably have to dig a little bit to find it, but it's there. This is a well-known fact, and you can even look up, IAEA's comments on Iran. Is Iran following the nuclear deal? This is back when the U.S. was still in it. Is it complying? And what do we have here? We have, this is from 2019. And the IAEA says that Iran is abiding by the nuclear deal. Remember, this is a year after Trump left. So, to me, that indicates goodwill. The cameras that were just removed was also goodwill. And when someone keeps, turning the other cheek and giving you their hand, and you keep spitting in their face, what do you expect, man? This is nothing. If Iran wanted to, hurt anybody, oh man, they could do anything. All right, I told you both cruise and ballistic missiles, they don't just point in one direction. But Iran is not looking for a fight. Iran just wants to be left alone. It's really that simple. And Iran supports the oppressed. The Palestinians are oppressed. Syria is oppressed. Yemen is oppressed. And Iran supports them. What is wrong with that? You should be wondering and asking yourself, why is Syria like this? What happened? Who attacked it? Why did dozens of countries do this? And who are the ones that stood by Syria? Right? What about Palestine? When you look at the level of support that the Iranians are giving Palestine, it's shocking, right? In a good way. Why do I say this? Because you would think the Arab countries are the ones who would support Palestine the most, and they did. The majority. Let me be clear. When I say Arab countries, in this case, I'm talking about the governments, the people at the top, the Arab people in every Arab country, all support Palestine. This is not even a question. I mean, you would have to struggle to find somebody who doesn't support Palestine in an Arab country. You'll get a struggle. Seriously, like that. That's really. In any case, my point is the governments. Today in 2022, there are governments, Arab governments, the Saudi government, or should I say regime, like they do in the media, the Saudi government, the Emirati government, the Moroccan government, who are normalizing ties with Israel, either overtly or under the table. Saudi Arabia as well, right? And Bahrain. So this is disgusting. I mean, they are not only going against the wishes of their own people, but against any sense of morality. And my point is that a country like Saudi Arabia should be giving enormous support to the Palestinians. Saudi Arabia has the US by the balls, right? Biden is going to Saudi Arabia to beg them for oil. They could tell him, make concessions about Palestine. We oppose the occupation. No. They're not going to do that to Saudis. On the contrary, they're probably going to ask Biden if he can facilitate the normalization so they can establish ties with Israel, because they're dealing with Israel under the table. Make no mistake. And I want to say that this is not only shameful, but it tells you that these kingdoms, they're really U.S. puppets. That's really it. And go to Jordan, go to Egypt, ask someone on the street, anyone you see, literally anyone you see, if they support the Palestinians, they will tell you yes, right? The governments, on the other hand, they have ties with Israel. The United States has Egypt by the balls with the aid that they receive. And these countries, I mean, they go against the wishes of their people. And I want to be clear, though. I want to be very clear. If you go to Lebanon, for example, this doesn't mean that you're not going to find, I don't know what the right word is, racism, xenophobia, discrimination. There is discrimination against Palestinians. When I'm saying go ask anyone in the street, I'm saying it as like sort of an analogy to get my point across. But my cousin Roni, he told me, man, the Lebanese, they're really like you can find some people who are really treating Palestinians like shit, because it happened to him. So my point is, though, when we say go ask anyone in the street, it means the majority of the people, and it's still true. It doesn't change. So, Iran, how come Iran, which is not an Arab country, but is a Muslim country, is supporting the Palestinians more than Saudi Arabia? Or Morocco, for example? How is that possible? Where's the Arab unity that they talk about? Where's the Arab unity? I guess it isn't there, because the Saudi Arabian government is not Arab. They are effectively a US puppet. So I guess that explains it. In any case, I hope I could help you understand the nuclear deal a bit better. I don't know who it was, but one of you asked me, why did you leave us hanging about the nuclear reactor? Okay, well, I'm going to ask you again. Guys, pop quiz. Which country gave Iran its first nuclear reactor? Let's see. We got you guys all know it. Yeah, there's a delay between the chat, so you guys all guessed it well. Some of you said Russia. Claudia says Borneo. No, it's the U.S. The United States gave Iran its first nuclear reactor. But of course, those were different days. Those were very different days. In any case, I hope I was able to teach you a bit more about the nuclear deal, give you the proper context needed to understand what's going on, and to help you steer clear of this mainstream media bullshit. They're so dishonest, man. It's unbelievable. You know how they lie about almost everything in the media. You know how there's so much propaganda about Russia? This is just as bad. Honestly, I'm not kidding. The nuclear deal stuff, and I know this because I cover both of those things. I'm telling you, I mean, I cover a lot of things. That's the whole point, that they lie about almost everything, and this is one of the worst. Like, easily. Let that be an indicator of how bad it is. Like, if you can see how much propaganda there is with Russia, Ukraine, and I'm telling you, the nuclear deal, the Iran nuclear deal stuff is just as bad, if not worse. That should mean something, right? It's unbelievably bad. Unbelievably. It's so annoying and dishonest. This is not even a thing of like, oh, pro-Iran. What? Nothing to fucking do with that, dude. This is to do with the truth. Just saying the truth. You can't say, oh, this, Iran is doing this bad thing. And you don't give any context of when it happened, why it happened, who provoked it. Like, you don't even want to know? You don't even want to mention it? Man, I'm telling you, half the articles talking about Iran unplugging the cameras today, they don't tell you that the cameras are voluntary. Iran is not obligated to put them there. They were a goodwill gesture. And on top of it, they don't tell you that the Board of Governors censored Iran. And that's why they did this, right? Iran's like, here's a goodwill gesture to the IAEA. We're going to install extra cameras so you can see what's going on in the facility, so we can show you, we can prove everything is fine and we are not doing anything bad and we're abiding by the agreements. And then the IAEA adopt a resolution saying, we don't think that you're meeting your obligations. What the fuck, man? Okay, we're pulling the cameras. And again, they've censored Iran in the past. Iran didn't do anything like this. It's just because the nuclear deal has not been finalized and Iran wants leverage. Iran is sick of the games. Every day that there are still sanctions, there's people dying, people starving, people suffering. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Everybody's affected, all the citizens, all the civilians, not the politicians, It's mostly civilians. That's how it goes. They're suffering. So I think, honestly, the amount of Iran has been too patient, right? Seriously, I don't know how they do it, and their patience is starting to run out. You see the difference? The difference is that when Iran's quote-unquote patience runs out, that just means that, they're going to stop doing something or do something to gain leverage, not to hurt anybody. But when it's the Israelis, they will come and fucking assassinate your government officials or put a bomb in one of your nuclear sites. All right, guys. I got some really good to cover for you. I just want to say one thing. I want to say thank you very much to Karina, to Ali, and to Tyre. Thank you all for signing up on Patreon. This is great. This is really great. We are now at 901 patrons. We did it, guys. We made it. We hit the goal. We succeeded. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. I bet Claudia will make a nice juicy it's just a thermometer. A lovely graph. And you know what that means when we hit the goal? There's a new crab dance. So I owe you guys a new crab dance. This is great. This is lovely. Seriously, I'm really happy. And I'm very grateful because I couldn't do this without you guys. You know, this is really, really great. 901 patrons. This magnificent. Again, thank you to Karina, Tyre, and Ali. I'll play crab dance for you. Put your hands together for them, guys. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me? Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. The number 9 large.
we got him.
I know it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Nothing like a good crab dance. I mean, you know, I came up with this crab dance, I don't know, like over a year ago, and then I built on it, and please excuse me. During the last couple of months, when we've updated it, I kind of handed it over to Claudia to add things to it. So even for me, it's a surprise, and I always laugh my ass off. So I've no doubt the next iteration shall be a rather formidable one, indeed. Smashing out ball, yeah. Guys, I got something cooking about the Assange case, and this is gonna be fucking huge. Really, really excited. And if you're following the Assange news right now with the embassy, with the spying, it's something to do with that. So I'm really looking forward to covering that. Okay, so let me see over here. We got a donation on PayPal. This is from Dolores. Dolores says, I hope the Medhurst doctrine will one day catch on in Latin America. We appreciate your reporting, Richie. Thank you very much. You're very kind. Yeah, that was kind of funny, just like on the spot. Yeah, the Medhurst doctrine. No, that was very kind of you. Very sweet. I appreciate that very much. I hope I get to all of you guys. I apologize. Sometimes it's just overwhelming, which is sort of a good problem to have in this case. But I'm overwhelmed by your donations, your kind words. So forgive me if I don't get to all of you. We have a Mahmoud says, congrats, Richard. It's the 30th anniversary of when Iran was weeks away from having the bomb. That it's the bomb. Shmuel says, can you talk about the latest Assad interview, please? What, from a few weeks ago, you mean? Hold on a second. Okay. This is just a few hours ago. I haven't seen it yet. But let's see if I can find a clip, and we can definitely talk about it. Do you guys know where I can find a clip of the new Assad interview? Let's see. Let's look together. I found it. It's actually 30 minutes long, and it was uploaded just a few hours ago. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to watch it. Maybe we can just go ahead and do it right now. I just wanted to check something. Hold on. I just wanted to read all your super chats. Shmoli, thank you for the super chat. And Felonious Punk says, Iran second at chess, first at backgammon. Oh, yes, you're talking about my what I said about the patience and inventing chess and so on. Talentless Hipster says, Americans are largely unaware of their place in history, as are most Westerners. Yep. I mean, look, I think... No, you make a good point, really, because if you, for example, generally speaking, in countries that have been colonized, their parents have, people that are alive today, their parents told them their stories or their grandparents' stories, living under that, liberating their country, what it was like, what they went through, survivors of genocide, my great grandmother, my great grandmother, she was orphaned in the Armenian genocide, and like those stories are passed down, and so people are more aware, I feel like, of their history, of their heritage. I don't know if because in the West you did have genocide as well, right? I mean, we shouldn't forget World War I, World War II. This was all in Europe. And of course, far beyond. But and the Cold War. So I think also a lot of people who've been through those things, they also tend to tell their children, and their children tell their children, and so on. But generally speaking, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right. Jazz says, why is Syria so divided compared to Israel? What do you mean divided? Like carved up, the map, occupied? Or do you mean politically speaking? I don't know about that. I think what happens in the media is they amplify opposition voices and give you the impression that, this person or this movement is really big. When it's not. Juan Guaido, for example, they make him out to be like some superstar when most people in Venezuela don't even know who he is, right? He's not even the leader of the National Assembly anymore. He has nothing to stake his legitimacy on. No claim to legitimacy. So, when it comes to Syria, again, you don't have to like Bashar al-Assad. You don't have to like anything about him or the government, but the fact is most Syrians support him. Look, man, put it this way. You cannot survive a 10-year war with Al-Qaeda, Israel, NATO, Turkey, the US, half the planet out to get you, and without any support from the people. It's just, you're basically saying that Assad is Superman. This doesn't exist. You can't survive that. So if he didn't have support from the people, it wouldn't work. And of course, you have to consider the role played by Hezbollah and Iran and Russia and so on. But I don't think they would have touched it, the war. I don't think they would have gotten involved if they didn't know that this is going to be accepted by the people. Because, of course, it's one thing to say, okay, well, such and such are in Syria legally to help. But it's another thing to have people actually, be okay with it, to understand what's going on, to, yeah. I don't know. I really, I don't know if Syria is more divided compared to Israel. But, Israel's a settler colony, so can't compare the two. Ash says, why is this quote-unquote live TV free? Great for us. Well, you're most welcome. I'm glad you like it. Azzy sent a new super sticker. Thank you. There are way too many super chats, guys. I cannot go over them. It's too much, but I'm very grateful and I appreciate it. It's overwhelming. And we've hit the goal on Patreon. So I appreciate that very much. Very, very, very much. And let me show you something over here. There we go. Claudia. Thank you, Claudia. She made the graphic. Here we go. We were at 894. And now, check it out. 901. Thank you guys very much. And again, I'll put a link to the Patreon in the chat. If you want, you can support the show for $2 a month or $5. Again, I don't do exclusive content or anything like that. Everything I do is uploaded for free. And if you're able to support, then thank you very much. I appreciate it. And there's also the PayPal and CashApp QR codes. So you can support over there as well. Anyway, I already put the links. So you can just click on them in the chat. And you guys are very kind. Thank you. There was something on Lebanon that I wanted to cover. You guys saw this with the Israeli gas? Oh man. I knew about this for a long time. But now there's actually something happening. In any case, I think I'm going to wait just to see what happens and then we can cover it perhaps next time. So I'm just thinking when to do the next stream. When do you guys think we should do the next stream? And what topics? By the way, you can always email me if you want. Excuse me. I mean, I'm obviously. Hold on. I'm obviously always looking at what's happening, but if you see something interesting or something you think I'd find interesting, please send it. It's RichardMedhurst@gmail.com. I'm reading your comments. You guys are saying tomorrow same time. Bella says next stream soon. You should rap for us. Well, I'm working on music with my band, so but again, that's separate, right? We gotta wait till it's actually finished. Bex says ASAP Imran Khan, Pakistan. Let's see. Let me write these things down. Yeah, hold on. So we've got the Lebanon thing. Oh man, I saw this video. It made me. This was amazing. This was an amazing video. I loved this video so much. Okay, let me show you the. Oh, this was great. This was great. Excuse me. Okay, check this out. So I found this video. It's in German, so I think you guys will understand though. And basically what they did is they got a group of Arabs from different countries to sit down with each other, okay? And this is how it works.
That's also
They're all sitting down here. Each one of them is from a different country, right? And they have to listen to a person who's also Arabic and guess which dialect it is. They have to guess where the person here comes from. Amazing. And on top of it, they have to vote. They have to vote from 1 to 5, like give a score on, based on how much they like it. And which dialect sounds the nicest. And it's very important, man, because you got tons of Arabic dialects. You have the one in the Khalij, Saudi Arabia, so on, and then you have the Levant, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon. Then you have the Iraqi one as well, and then of course the Egyptian one. The Egyptian one is its own thing. And then you have the Maghrib, right? So Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and would you put Libya with that? Libya is very different from Moroccan. But in any case, my point is you got tons of countries speak Arabic, right? But they speak in different ways, just like you have tons of countries speak English, but they don't sound the same. And I loved this video. I actually guessed them all right. I'm proud of that, but let's take a look. Hold on, let me show you. Let me see if there's subtitles in English. I'm not sure. Auto translate, maybe that will work. But let's see how it goes. Michael said, would Richard be able to tell the dialects apart? Yeah, I got them all right. في ناس بيحكوا عربي عم تحضروا هلا. شوفوا رح نساوي هيك. رح احط الفيديو انا وانتوا احذروا بالشات اي لهجة بتفكروا عم يحكوها. ايه ماشي؟ يلا. خلينا نبلش. هي أول واحد. Dialect 1.
كونوا بخير واسمني صحيتوا وش راكم ان شاء الله تكونوا بخير واسمني فارس مقراني في عمري 33 سنه قريب 34 قريت انفورماتيك ونخدم انفورماتيسيان في برلين الماكله البنينه ديالي كامل هي الظلمه ورشته درك نزيد لكم حاجه سبيسيال تاع اللهجه ديالي عرضوني باش نفيلمي وخلاوني بصح نستنى ساعه في الاخر ما كان والو الريح في شبك درك لازم تقولوا لي منين انا.
Okay, I'm seeing the comments. عم شوف شو عم تكتبوا انتوا. اغلبكم حاطين كاتبين مغربي Moroccan. Almost. جزائري. الجزائري. Is Algerian. Most of the guys in the comments said Moroccan, but he's Algerian. Do you know why I knew it's Algerian? Because I didn't understand a word. I could say the same about Moroccan. It's so different from the Arabic that I speak, that we speak in Syria. You know it's Maghribi. So yeah. Here you can see people they're guessing.
Ich wusste die ganze Zeit nach. Aber es war kein Marokkanisch.
Tunesisch, also eher Tunesisch so, Algerisch eher weniger.
Ich würde auch Tunesisch sagen.
Ja, Tunesien.
Also ich würde sagen irgendwas Nordafrikanisches.
That's the score they gave him, right? How good it sounds. 5 is the best and 1 is the lowest. So this is, they're voting how nice the dialect sounds. And then you add the points up and see which dialect got the most points.
So.
Ja, ich fand's schön. Ich fand's auch schön. Ja.
Auch sehr gut.
Ich mag's, wenn man alle Buchstaben ausspricht und nicht alles verschluckt, wie die Ägypter. Ne?
Du bist sehr offensiv heute.
Ja.
Hallo, wie geht's euch? Ich hoffe, euch geht's gut. Mein Name ist Fares Mokrani, bin 33.
Yeah, he's basically just saying the exact same thing that he said in Arabic, but in German now. And there you go. I'm Algerian, he says.
Yeah.
I got it right. Okay, let's go to the next one, guys. Yalla. Win Tanya. Okay, here's the second one. We got to guess where she's from.
عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. كيفكم؟ إن شاء الله كلكم كويسين. أنا عمري 23 وحاتم 24 الشهر الجاي يوم 21/12. أنا شغالة كميك اب ارتست وشغالة مع ممثلين وغنانين. أنا
She's saying she's gonna be what was it, 23, 24, something on the next month. Her birthday's coming up basically, and she works as a makeup artist with singers and actors.
بحب أغني كتير. أكتر شي بحب أغني في الحمام لما استحمى وبحب أكل ملاح الويكة. يلا أنا بقول لكم حاجة باللهجة.
Yeah, you got it right. Yep. حزرتوها. هي من السودان. She's from Sudan. So here's how pretty they found it. This is the score.
So eine ähnliche.
Weil das ist nicht Ägypten.
Ja, genau.
Das ist ähnlich. Weil ich gesagt habe, meine Messlatte ist hoch, ja, als Ägypter. Nicht, dass es jetzt schlecht war.
It's so funny, man. Arabs, arguing. It's so good, man. Yep, she's from Sudan. Okay, here's the next one. يا ويلي.
مرحبا، كيفكن؟ أنا بتمنى إنه أنتم مناح. أنا اسمي رغد وعمري 20 سنة، بس حصير بعد كم شهر 21. أنا بدرس تمريض أول سنة وبشتغل بالمشفى. أنا نباتية وأكلتي المفضلة هي الفلافل والمسبحة. وهلأ حقلكن كمان جملة بلهجتي. هداك اليوم كنت عم بتخانق مع رفيقتي. قال شو؟ قال أنا شرنة. قلت لها من إمتى والشمس ترقعنا على أساس أنتي أنظم حبيبتي؟ احذروا أنا من وين.
Oh man, come on. This is amazing.
Oh mein Gott, so eindeutig.
Syrien.
They all knew it's Syrian, man.
وأنا من وين.
Oh mein Gott, so eindeutig.
Syrien.
Syrien und
he's right, Syria and specifically Damascus, because if you go to, you know, Aleppo, Homs, they don't sound like that, right? They kind of have their own thing. No, she's so obviously Syrian. Hey, واحدة شامية. هي واحدة شامية مثلنا من الشام. هي بنت الشام أكيد 100%. So it was so obvious because in Syrian it's like so musical, you know. شو قالت الشغلة كنت عم تخانق مع رفيقتي. She basically said I had a fight with my friend and she called me a شرنة. Hold on, what was it again?
شو؟ قال أنا هداك اليوم كنت عم بتخانق مع رفيقتي. قال شو؟ قال أنا شرنة. قلت لها من إمتى والشمس ترقعنا على أساس أنتي أنظم حبيبتي؟
You know, it has a little bit of attitude, right? Shoo. No, that is amazing. She's clearly Damascus, Syrian, man. Shamiye. And here's the score. Look at the score. I don't want to flex, but 22 points. So just to be clear so far. The next one, here's the next one, okay? Let's listen to the next dialect.
عسلامة، شنو أحوالكم؟ إن شاء الله تكونوا الكل لاباس. أنا اسمي آمنة العوني، عمري 31 سنة، نقرأ في الجامعة ونخدم كممثلة، وأكثر حاجة نحبها في الماكلة نموت عليها هي الملوخية. وتوا باش نزيدكم مثل بلهجتي.
Hold on, let me listen again because I wasn't thinking of translating. Hold on a second.
عسلامة، شنو أحوالكم؟ إن شاء الله تكونوا الكل لاباس.
Hi, how are you guys? I hope you're well.
أنا اسمي آمنة العوني، عمري 31 سنة، نقرأ في الجامعة ونخدم كممثل.
عمري 31 سنة. I'm 31.
العوني، عمري 31 سنة، نقرأ في الجامعة ونخدم كممثلة، وأكثر حاجة نحبها في الماكلة نموت عليها هي الملوخية.
ملوخية.
مثل بلهجتي، مقال نحبه برشا يقول غيب يا قط ألعب يا فار. يا جماعة عرفتوني أنا منين؟
You see, there is a few words that I didn't understand, right? Because the dialect changes a lot. But I get this one right as well. Here, where do you think she's from? خلاص عرفتوها. I see the comments. في منكم قلتوا لبنانية، مصرية، أردنية، لبنانية، لا تونسية، أكيد تونسية. She's definitely Tunisian for sure. So yeah.
Tunesien und Marokko hatten wir schon, also muss Tunesien sein.
Ja. Sie ist 31 Jahre alt.
Sie ist Schauspielerin.
Yeah, basically they start translating exactly what I told you. And then she says in German, yeah, so she's Tunisian. And what score did she get? 5. That's a lot. That's 1 point less than the Syrian. So basically, here's the final score of the nicest sounding dialects. And guess what? The Syrian dialect is at the top. أكيد شو لك شو مفكرين؟ عادي ما في شيء أحسن من الشام. Now we gotta stop flexing, right? I think especially Lebanese people, they say, the Syrians are so arrogant. شو أكل هوا بلا يحكي خلاص عادي. هي 22 نقطة، يعني التونسية جابت نقطة أقل، بس نقطة واحدة. أنا يعني على الحالتين أنا كل اللهجات كل اللهجات العربية بتجنن فعلا. بس لازم نعترف انه سوريا احسن وحده خلص، وخاصة الشامية مو بس سوريا، من الشام بالذات. Right? So not just Syrian, but specifically from Damascus. And there you go. Allo Simwa says Richard is gloating. C'est comme ça. All right. But seriously, that was cool. It's like on the map. Let me show you on the map so you can kind of visualize. The further you go, why am I going like this? It's like that. The further you go from Syria, the more difficult it is to understand. For me, at least, right? So let me show you on the map here. Or actually, I should have pulled up just Arabic speaking countries, just like so you can see them highlighted. Right. So yeah, that's very good. Let's look here. So here we have شوي إسرائيل كله خرا. حاطين لي إسرائيل على مين هالمشرشح اللي عمل هالخريطة على إسرائيل. Here we go. There's a real map that says Palestine, although it should be called all the way bastards. Now listen. So for me, we have the Levant, the Shami accent, right? So Syria, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon. So I can understand these very clearly, right? Iraqi, yeah. I mean, the Iraqis, this is what they do. They say, they use the ch a lot, right? Bhibbich, chatir, right? So they like to do it that way, but most of the words are similar. Now, when you go down to Saudi Arabia, Emirates, Oman, Yemen, here, this is a different dialect. This is the, yeah, I don't know what we call it. Khalij, لهجة الخليج, شو بعرفني. Hey, لهجة سعودية يعني. So basically, the Saudi dialect, or just, I call it the Khalij dialect. And then Egypt has its own. Egypt has its own Arabic dialect, right? And if you go and you watch Arabic movies, or you watch or listen to Arabic music, most of it will sound Egyptian. It's kind of like if you listen to rock music, even though the bands are from, Liverpool or something, they'll sound American, because it's like that. So yeah, so most of it is Egyptian. But Syria, I think, is second in terms of, TV shows and movies. Even in the video that I just played to you, they all knew Bab al-Hara. Bab al-Hara is like this Syrian show, which is actually really interesting because it takes place during the French French mandate, the French colonialism. Very, very famous show. Very, very famous. So we have to give some props. But I'm looking for the part in the video where they say it. Hold on. Yeah, look. See what they say? Here. You got other Arabs saying it, not me, okay?
Viele syrische Serien auch.
Ja, Serien.
Sind auch sehr beliebt in der arabischen Welt.
Genau, also die krassesten, oder einer der krassesten Serien, Bab al-Hara.
Bab al-Hara. So yeah, going back to the map, Libya is still pretty understandable, although when Gaddafi speaks, I mean, يعني حسب الخطاب, right? So sometimes Gaddafi's like this. I don't know. I love the guy, but he really speaks like that sometimes. You don't know what the fuck he's saying. You gotta go watch the older ones, the older speeches, to know what he's saying. So in general, the Libyan accent or dialect is still understandable. Then here we have Tunis, Jazair, Maghreb. This is difficult because we call this the Maghreb, like Maghreb. let me explain. In Arabic, the word Maghrib means Morocco, but it also means the whole MENA region, I guess, right? Well, no, it's not the Middle East. It's North Africa, right? So when we say Maghrib, we mean this whole area up here, okay? Algeria, Morocco, but it can also mean Morocco. You know why? Where this word comes from? Maghrib. Gharib means west. El-Gharib is the west. And, back in those days, Morocco, well, yeah, I mean, it was, hold on, Morocco is obviously the furthest west, but, yeah, I mean, we say actually, hold on a second, I think, I remember it being Al-Ghurub, which is sunset, because that's where hold on, which one was it? It's confusing. Maybe it comes from both. ما بتذكر أنا كان يمكن إنه hold on, I'm gonna. I know it means west. I'm just wondering where why they decided to call Morocco Maghrib. Is it from just being the furthest west? Because back in those days they didn't know about the Americas. This is the furthest west you can go. But also, hold on, I'm gonna look this up. I think it's the west. It's got to be from that. Yeah, it's just because it's the furthest west. Oh, it's both. See? Yep. Okay, so let me read this to you. Hold on. Where did he go? Yeah. Yeah, al-Maghribi, I was right. It's both of them. It means both because it's the furthest west and where the sun sets. So it's both. Okay, good. Because it's something in the back of my mind. It's like my mother told me this. And in any case, just going back to the dialects and the accents, this is very difficult for me to understand Moroccan, Algerian, because it's so different from what we speak in Syria. It's almost like another language, The Arabic there, the Arabic dialect, it's like a mix between French, Berber, and Arabic, right? Really difficult. Like, honestly, it's like, in German, they have like Schweizerdeutsch, so like Swiss German. Like, you're listening, like, what the fuck is he saying? It's that different. There's no comparison in English, because even if no matter where you go in the English-speaking countries, despite the accent, you could always understand it because the words are the same and so on. But here, most of the words are not even the same. The thing is, though, if you pick up a newspaper or you turn on the news, whether it's in Morocco or in Saudi Arabia or Syria, they speak the same Arabic, because that Arabic is, it's not the Arabic from the Quran. That's like the Quran Arabic is the highest form. But when you read the news, it's not that one. It's in English they say modern standardized Arabic. Lahja al-Klasikiyya. That's it, man. So, or Fusha is actually the what we would say. So it's classical Arabic or Fusha. You can say both. That's the one they will use on the news. And the thing is, the Syrian dialect, the Lebanese dialect, so this region, the Levant, is very close to classical Arabic. So that's why, when people decide to learn Arabic, they have to pick which one they want to learn. And a good reason to study the Syrian dialect is because it's so close to the Fusha. The University of Damascus used to be known as one of the best places on earth to go study Arabic, right? I remember you always see foreign students there who are doing like a what was that called again? Ausland semester. So they're doing a semester abroad, and they would choose to come there. So, for example, let me get, if you say, in Arabic, a lot, the word, a lot, kathiran. And in Syrian dialect, you say ktir. Kathiran, ktir. Very similar, right? And then the qaf, Jerusalem, for example. In Arabic, Jerusalem is al-Quds. There's this qaf, which a lot of Westerners have problems pronouncing and learning. Al-Quds. In Syrian, we wouldn't say al-Quds. We say al-Idis. They just drop the qaf and say because it's much faster and easier to say. Qudus, Idis. Coffee, right? Qahwa. Ahwe. It's so similar. It's, if you know Arabic, you're going to figure it out very quickly because there's just a few letters substituted. But that's it. It doesn't go further than that, right? But in some dialects, they've like swapped every word. It's like, شو عم تحكي؟ لا بس يعني حلو كمان. Like, I'm poking fun lightheartedly. It's like, arguing who has the best food, who has the best dialect. It's fine. It's chill. Don't worry. But Syrian's still the best. So anyway, in Lebanon, they speak it's almost identical to Syrian. Like everything. The only difference is they go like Tani, for example, is second. Tani. And in Lebanon, they're like Tani. That's the only difference. كل ما واحد يكتب بالعربي ما عم اقدر اقرا شيء قد ما صغير الكتابة قد ما صغيرة. So yeah, that's basically how it goes. And I think that should also because you asked about the Pan-Arab colors. Well, here was another lesson about Arabic. So yeah, I found the video. This is the one about the interview you guys told me about. It's this one with the RT. I don't know what it is, but it's the latest interview, basically. Right? We're going to comment on it next time. So we'll look at it next time. And in any case, Baron says, I disagree, Richard. I think Cubs have a better chance this year. Talentless says, how do you say sandwich in Ukrainian? I think in Russian it's buterbrod, so maybe it's the same in Ukrainian. I don't know. Or you're probably doing an inside joke or something. I didn't get it. So somebody who speaks Ukrainian, please let us know how you say sandwich. All right, guys. Again, I'm just double checking. I didn't miss anybody. I'm grateful for all your kind donations and for signing up on Patreon. We hit the limit. Not the limit, rather. We reached the goal. And I'm very grateful. That's wonderful. Good show. All right. So next time we'll deal with these topics. And if you want to support the work, if you want to support independent media, please consider donating. Here's the PayPal QR code. You can just scan it with your phone and that's it. Very easy. And also the Patreon. We are at 901 subscribers. That is amazing. That is nuts. So again, thank you to all of you, whether you're donating $1 or $10, makes no difference. Either way, every dollar, every cent helps. And of course, liking the video, liking, commenting. You know, this helps fight the algorithm, and it helps to grow the channel, get the message out there. So thank you to everybody who's supporting in that way. And sharing the videos, you know, sharing them on social media, telling people about them. This is also a form of support, the best form of support. So I appreciate that very much. And remember, if you're posting the links online, try putting hashtag Richard Medhurst. See how many people can do it. Hashtag Richard Medhurst. Yeah. Again, if you want to support the show, there's also the merch and all these things that we went through. But again, I'll just leave the links. And that's it. So thank you guys very much. Thank you for all your super chats, all your kind words. And I think we had a good time. So yeah, I'll see you guys at the next stream. Take care. Ma'as salame. Bye-bye.